Please come to the council chambers. Members, please come to the council chambers. Members of council, please come to the council chambers. Well, we need quorum.
And I was kind of...
Okay, members of council, we do have quorum. Let's go, let's go.
I just need a Kleenex. I'll be right back.
Okay, so let's put up the list on the last item. I believe Councillor Cole, do we have Councillor Cole's motion? Yeah? Councillor Pasternak? Councillor Pasternak, did you want to, you still want to speak on this item? Okay. Okay. Councillor Cole to speak.
The city, I'm asking in this motion, the city delete recommendations 1 to 6 of the report. City manager adopt instead the following recommendation. Given the out-of-control cost overruns associated with Smart Track Station program and the city's loss of confidence in Metrolink's ability to deliver major transit projects on time and on budget, City Council direct the city manager to begin the process of ending the city's support for Smart Track, thus ending any future funding of the Smart Track stations by City of Toronto taxpayers. So, you've all heard the outrage here about the Smart Track concept from the beginning, the way it was brought forward. It was basically a political, let's say, program. It was a platform thing that was to show a vision for Toronto's future, and then City Council was stuck with paying for it. And I don't want to go into regurgitation of that situation. But I just want to say, if you look, there is a very insightful piece of research, an investigative reporter from the Toronto Star, and she's no longer there, but she wrote an incredibly damning piece on what we're talking about, and that is that in these projects like this one here, so far all the money that's been spent is all on paper. There hasn't been any construction done since this started in 2015-16. No construction. The only people who have gotten rich are the consultants. So consultants have gotten huge amount, millions of dollars, not only here, but everything Metrolinx does. In this article in the Toronto Star, it estimates that out of $40 million plus $40 billion of cost for the 4 Metrolinx projects, this not included, $40 billion, they estimate 55% of the $40 billion has gone to soft costs. Consultants, design work, risk management, that's where the money goes. So that's who really benefits by these boondoggle projects, is consultants. And usually they're offshore, they come, they go, that's where the money goes. So taxpayer dollars, again, out of $40 billion, 50%, 55% has gone to soft costs. Same with this thing. You're going to continue to pay consultants to do nothing but write reports that then the crazy thing is you can't see the reports because all this is secret. So we're in partnership with a secret organization called Metrolinx that doesn't even tell us what the real costs are, where the money, if we ask them where the Toronto's money go in terms of constructing, or we haven't constructed anything, towards the stations, they won't tell us. So we got a partner that we're paying the bill for that won't tell us where the money went. Let's see the list of consultants that you paid all this money to. The one, I don't know, is it up to $1 billion already you paid? They won't show us. So we are now saying here in this report, we're continuing to be partners with Metrolinx that won't tell us where the money goes. We are not doing right by the taxpayers of Toronto by continuing this charade of a dream that we are going to build these so-called smart track stations, which you can see from 22, we're now down to basically 3. So we're saying tonight, if we agree with this recommendation, saying, hey, listen, let's continue to give away taxpayers' money. That's what we're saying. And then the only beneficiaries of this scam are the big developers, because, you know, these transit stations where you can have, you know, we call them MTSAs, they're basically Trojan horses for hyper-development. So the developers say, yeah, we love this, so they buy all the land, speculate, so we reward the land speculation, get rid of employment lands, and then pay consultants. So that's why I'm saying, if you're really serious about doing something, rather than just talking about how bad this is,
5 seconds.
Just cut your losses, say, goodbye, Smart Track, stop paying the bill for this boondoggle.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, put your name on the list. Councillor Matlow has questions, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
I might be asking a similar question as you're devising. Councillor Cole, while you and I share many views in common about Metrolinx and share the very same frustration, given that Councillor McKelvey has moved a motion to try to engage Metrolinx with respect to funding and still try to retain the stations that we don't want to lose on behalf of the communities that would suffer if they are lost, would you consider, I ask respectfully, I don't doubt your intentions, but would you consider, just from a strategic perspective, to withdraw your motion, given that it wouldn't be helpful to actually try to protect the stations, no matter who ends up paying for it?
Well, again, having lived through the construction pal of the Eglinton
I
Crosstown.
feel you. I feel you.
I've lived there, and I'm basically, like the constituents I represent, we're fed up with Metrolinx.
But that's
basically.
not the question. That's not the question that
So
he's asking.
I don't want to continue the charade.
Okay.
I don't
I
want to
agree.
continue.
Councillor Cole, just please answer the
No.
question.
If I may, just to say it slightly, perhaps more clearly, I agree with you. You and I share the very same, common constituency along Eglinton. I'm frustrated with Metrolinx too, but making it like the point has been made. But to actually, if we were to approve this motion, I'd like to ask you if you would be willing to reflect over the next few minutes while other speakers go, whether or not this is substantively helpful to actually get the dollars that we need to keep what we value out of what was called Smart Track alive for those constituents, and just consider making the point but withdrawing the motion. And I just ask you to consider it, that's all. Would you?
Well, I have considered, I will continue to consider it, but just remember, we've tried to appease Metrolinx.
I agree.
For how many years? Where has it gotten us?
I'm not asking us to appease
So I think
them.
the time for appeasement is over. Appeasement doesn't work with Metrolinx.
So he's saying no, Councillor Matlow. Okay. Councillor Holiday, please, question on the motion.
Yeah,
Thank you,
$2 billion,
Speaker.
eh?
Is-
Wait, a point of order. This councillor came here.
Not me.
And basically put down my intentions here in a very negative way, and he shouldn't be out of his seat doing that, Councillor Bradford. And if you don't like me raising the issue about wasting billions, then you're more interested about turning off lights at Christmas. Is that more important?
Madam Speaker, point of order. I merely made the comment that it seemed like Councillor Cole was concerned on a quick release member's motion to address local concerns in a riding about ambient lighting, made a big deal about it, made some disparaging comments earlier, and I just pointed out, sort of seems like this is a bit of a waste of time. His motion's going to fail, or it's going to be withdrawn. We have a great motion from Councillor McKelvey, and so I was just kind of making the comment,
Okay.
wow, late in the night, sort of seems
But
like
I
a waste of
understand
some
Councillor
time.
Bradford, but he's also disagreed now to withdraw his motion, so let's just move on. Councillor Holiday, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion. Come on, we got to want to get through this agenda. Huh? No, he didn't agree. Councillor Holiday.
Councillor Cole.
6:27.
There's a live
I just
mic
want to
over
ask my question, Speaker. Does Councillor Cole intend to cancel the stations?
I'm saying we should cease and desist any further expenditure of public taxpayers' money in supporting Metrolinx's failed effort to build this smart track station. Cease and desist wasting taxpayers' money any further with Metrolinx.
So does that not imply that the stations then get canceled and they're gone?
But whatever it is, we have to end this basically fraudulent attempt by Metrolinx to pretend they're building transit when they're not, and they're incapable of doing it. So why should we keep funding them, saying they're going to build stations? They can't build anything.
So they won't build anything then, I think, is the answer. Do you ever take the GO train inside the city?
No, I don't.
Too bad. Thank you. So, thank you. I'm floored.
Come on, let's just move on, please. Councillor McKelvey, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you. Wouldn't voting no on this item accomplish the same thing that you're trying to do here?
No, I'm trying to make a more emphatic statement that the gig's up. Why do we keep appeasing Metrolinx when they're basically misusing billions of taxpayers' dollars, and why do we keep appeasing them?
Well, I mean, I would think that would be, I mean, it's not that I can answer that question, I guess, right now, but you did vote, are you aware you voted no on EX 3.9? So that is an option that's available to you again. The last time this item came before us, you voted no, and you could vote no on the item again today.
I could vote no, but I'm trying to basically sound the alarm bell here. Stop going down this dead end with Metrolinx, wasting hundreds of millions of Toronto taxpayers' dollars on this. You all agree it's a failed scheme. That this, they were all talking here tonight about how bad the smart track system is. And then we're saying, oh, let's save 3.
But I think every councillor here, would you agree, you've heard from Councillor Bravo, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Malik, and Councillor Mantis about the importance of these projects in their communities?
The projects conceptually may be important. Trouble is, the people that are supposed to deliver the project are incompetent, incapable, and not reliable delivers of projects. They've proven that.
So I don't disagree with you, but I think my motion is asking for all the books to be open and to make that transparent and try to put more accountability on it. So can we
No,
move
because
with an accountability
Metrolinx, they don't believe in accountability and transparency. That's been proven. So you're asking them to be transparent?
I'm asking them to stop fooling and farting
They're
around.
not- they're
I think
not-
you
they're-
are too.
they're-
Okay, okay.
They're not going to do that.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Cole, I know, can you confirm, and I know that it's not your intention to leave the residents that are moving into my ward. 3 of the stations out of the 5 are in Davenport, and nobody knows as much. I share your border on Eglinton. Our residents and the future residents need these stations because we rezoned huge heights, many numbers of units. I know that you don't want to leave them out in the cold without transit. Is that correct? Who would want? Mike Cole doesn't want to leave anybody out in the cold.
Listen, I want to make sure that people on the Eglinton 32 bus get on this promised subway that's been promised for 13 years. That's what I think I'm fighting for. And Metrolinx doesn't give a damn about people on the Eglinton 32 bus or the St. Clair 512. All they care about is paying off their consultant friends.
Okay, but the thing is, we're off topic here.
I'm trying to convince...
No, I understand, but we're talking about Eglinton.
No,
We're here
I'm
to
not.
talk about Smart
Sorry,
Track.
that was the answer
Councillor
that the
Cole,
Deputy
please, we're
Mayor
on
gave.
this Smart
My
Track.
question
Nothing to
is
do
about
with
this.
Eglinton.
We know we have to grow as a city. We've made zoning changes. Would you agree that you've made a fantastic point about showing us the deficiencies of Metrolinx, and that perhaps asking us to vote no on your asking us to vote for this motion, which is why you've put it before us, puts some of us in very difficult positions when we understand that people that these transit stations were one of the rationales for why we've intensified. Would you agree that you've made your point that perhaps now you could amend it to not walk away and abandon the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people in Ward 10 and the Speaker's ward in my ward?
As I said before, if you disagree with my position here of standing up finally to Metrolinx and stop being basically used by them, if you don't agree with that, my approach, then you can vote against my motion. And I can see why you would vote against it. As I said, I've seen Metrolinx do this repeatedly. They keep on suckering the people of Toronto.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Thank you, please. Councillor Bradford, on the topic, please, just on the Smart Track.
I wanted to ask about the Eglinton 32 bus.
Don't ask about it. We're not here to talk about Eglinton.
All right, very quickly. Over the past number of years when you've been engaged with the province and here at City Council, how many meetings have you had with Metrolinx about delivering transit here in the city?
I have stopped talking to Metrolinx when they refuse to compensate the 120 businesses that went under because of their 13 years of construction hell. They promised to compensate the small business people in Eglinton who lost their life savings. That was the promise they made. I said, unless you compensate those small mom and pop shops in Eglinton, I'm not going to meet with you and give me more false promises. That's what.
So are we back on the Eglinton 32 bus? Because I'm happy to talk about that as well. When was the last time you had a meeting with them? Because I share your frustration, certainly, and I've been very vocal about Metrolinx's ability to deliver transit in the city. Do you think this motion helps them deliver transit, or do you have an idea of another agency that might start building and delivering these provincial government capital projects?
Well, how about the TTC might be able to deliver better than Metrolinx?
So do you think there might be a motion here that you would be moving that would suggest to bring the capital expansion of transit, which was uploaded by the province in 2018, as you're aware, back here to City Hall and back to the TTC?
Well,
would that, because right now when I read this, I'm not sure who you think would build and deliver the transit if it's not Metrolinx. And hey, they're not very good at it, but I'm just curious who you think might be better positioned.
Well, again, I think we're getting into a very complex area. I don't want to diminish the complexity of it, but giving you an answer right now about that. But all I can tell you, Metrolinx has got a proven track record of incompetence, secrecy, lack of transparency,
Okay.
and basically abuse of taxpayers' dollars. You going to argue that that isn't their track record?
No, I agree. So
Okay.
the question when I read your motion is then who would you suggest is building the transit in Toronto? And is there an alternative motion that you might move that might be more productive to help get transit built here in the city?
I don't think that's appropriate at this time because
Not
it's a
interested in
complex.
that.
It's a complex.
Okay. Well, given the complexity, then would you consider withdrawing this motion, which I think the intention is there, but I'm not sure about the execution or the ability to address the complexity as you've articulated, and maybe just throwing your support behind Deputy Mayor McKelvey?
Okay.
Well, again, as I said,
Okay, thank you.
no.
Councillor Perruzza, please, just clarification of the motion.
Two, in the 22 votes that we've had here on Smart Track, and each one of those has been kind of like bad, would you agree that your motion finally says, okay, you know what, let's stop that, right? Let's just stop that. And, you know, I think by the last count, we spent around a little over $500 million on this program in the hopes that we realize something. And yours kind of like puts it to bed and says, okay, you know what, shouldn't be ours, isn't ours, belongs to somebody else, let them deal with it, let's stop spending city money on this program.
Yeah, and I think that if you said it was 22 times that people have basically voted to continue Smart Track, and that's what I find really odd. If everybody is so down on Smart Track, they voted 22 times to continue it.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to say enough is enough.
Yeah, and with every vote, we lost the station, right? Boom,
Yeah.
you know, down. So would you agree that your motion sort of preempts that and says, you know what, now we don't have to have another 3 meetings to eliminate the final 3 stations?
Absolutely.
And that your motion finally says, look, put stupid smack in the middle of the road and says, run into it. And if you can't see it and you're going to smash into it, here, I'm putting it in front of you, finally.
Yeah, we've got to basically say, you know, the emperor has no clothes. You know, why do we keep going down this road with Metrolinx?
I can't get you to agree that you're putting stupid right in the middle of the road and we're running the train into it, and that's that?
Because you can't fix stupid, you're right.
There you go, thanks.
Can you shut Councillor Perruzza's mic off?
No,
I just want to speak.
you just want to speak? Okay. Questioning to the mover.
First of all,
Go
do
ahead.
not vote for, I know, but I don't want to be the last one because I don't have the chair. If you don't mind, I'm only going to speak for 2 minutes. Okay,
Is that
first of all,
okay, Councillor Pasternak?
don't support Councillor Cole's motion. First of all, we've been working on this for years, and as it was mentioned, Councillor Bravo and I have development applications in where the stations are. We've been working very hard on it, and you know, and as a matter of fact, there's some affordable housing going in my ward where the stations are. This is such a stupid motion, really. We have spent time, money on these stations, and suddenly we're going to, yes, you may have your opinion on Metrolinx, but we want these stations. We need this transit. And as Councillor Bradford mentioned, if we don't build transit, who's going to build it? Nobody else can build it. You may be frustrated, Councillor Cole, with Metrolinx, but you were at the province when Metrolinx signed the agreement on Eglinton. It has taken a long time for Eglinton, but you were there when you approved Metrolinx building the Eglinton line. I don't want to talk about Eglinton because I'm frustrated with Eglinton as well. As you know, in '94, when they canceled my subway and spent millions of dollars on filling a hole at Eglinton and Allen, I'm frustrated. But the line is being built. You may be frustrated with them, but we cannot just cancel these stations.
Speaker, that's the other.
I'm speaking.
Your question is, do you agree?
No, I'm not asking him a question. I'm speaking.
Okay, well, you're at the speaker, okay?
I'm at the speakers. He keeps talking about Metrolinx Eglinton, but he was there at the province when Metrolinx approved the Eglinton line. Like, I don't understand. But yes, they made it. It's taken a long time for the Eglinton line to open. We're all frustrated, but on the other hand, to cancel the stations where Councillor Bravo and I have development applications in, it is so the dumbest thing to do. I mean, the province would just say, forget it, we're not giving you any money, we're going to download transit, and that's it. So, you know, like, let's not waste our time on these frivolous and stupid motions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pasternak, if I top that one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that is a very tough one to top. But, you know, I should point out that this debate is the reason, if you look closely at it, it's why this city is 30 years behind in building transit. This is why we were unable to extend the Finch line, the Young line, that opened 50 years ago. We weren't even able to extend it one stop to the municipal border, the Young Finch station. And at the same time, we were unable to extend the Spadina West subway, which opened in 1996, and it was 21 years later before we built it up to Vaughan. Debates like this take away our credibility. Councillor Perk's motion, if the province is watching this, it's just an embarrassment. They'll say to themselves, this is why we have to take over transit. You know, it was Perks who voted for Smart Track, supporting the provincial funding formula in March of 2023, EX 3.9. He supported it, and boy, he's changed his mind. Look, the other thing is we cannot continue this nonstop sniping at other levels of government. For decades, we always said to the federal and provincial government, municipalities alone cannot build transit. We need provincial and federal partners to build transit. And this never-ending sniping forgets the history, that we need the province and that we need the federal government to come to the table to build urban transit. And you know, I mean, a point was made a couple of times. If you're not going to get Metrolinx to do it, who are you going to get to do it? I mean, the history here is we can't do it because we were obsessed with state of good repair and a pressure not to expand our system. So all these debates of who owns it, who operates, who pays, is it too expensive, is it too cheap, can we get it done? It's a boondoggle, it's a sinkhole. These are the endless debates that ensure you don't build transit. Metrolinx is not perfect, and Metrolinx makes lots of mistakes. And I got to tell you, we have the Finch West LRT up in my area. It goes into Councillor Perusa's area, and it's not open either. And Councillor Crescenti as well. It is very frustrating that it's not open. I don't even understand why it's not open. It looks like it's fully operational, and we can't get any clear answers to that. You know, I just want to talk about the costs. Now, transit is brutally expensive, but the longer you procrastinate, the longer you delay, the longer you waffle about transit decisions, the more expensive it becomes and the more difficult it becomes to build. Transit is a social good, just like any other social policy. You're never going to make a profit from it. There are tens of thousands of people every morning waiting out in the freezing cold, hoping a bus will come by, and they're not interested in all the debate that goes on at this council. The longer this debate goes on, the longer we delay and waffle, the more expensive it becomes, and the more Torontonians will be standing there, freezing, waiting for their bus. It's time to support a better deal from the province, but to proceed with the Smart Track plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Cheng to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will keep this very short. I have memories of Cummer Station. We have dreams. We have approved applications. We see the density is here already and more is coming. And yet it got defunded and there is no station coming. And I agree with Councillor Matlow, we should not politicize critical infrastructure like transit. It is ridiculous. We look around the world and we are envious of countries like Japan, Korea, London, you name the international city, and we are jealous. So we should definitely keep asking the provincial government for this money, but I hope we encourage all of our residents when it comes to the next federal and provincial elections, please ensure every candidate that comes to your door is willing to fight for effective and efficient transit construction and planning that is not based on garnering votes or helping developers, because I did find out there are 2 stations in the Yonge Street North extension, Yonge North subway extension, that are 400 meters apart. 400 meters apart. Meanwhile, Finch and Steeles is 2 kilometers apart. So I stand with my fellow councillors to ask the province to fund more transit in our city, build it efficiently and effectively, and if we don't know how to do that, let's hire people or send people who have traveled around the world and see that vision of effective transit. Because if we only limit our vision to what is before us, we will never dream bigger. So let's dream big and let's make sure we have higher levels of government who fund and support effective and efficient transit delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Let's vote. Okay, Councillor Perruzza and Councillor Moyes, please. Please take your seat. Okay. Our first motion is motion number 5 by Councillor Cole, recorded vote. Councillor Cole, you're going to withdraw the motion?
Yeah, you said it was stupid, so I'm withdrawing it.
Yeah, it is stupid.
You, the speaker, said it was stupid.
I said it was stupid.
Yeah, you said it was stupid, so I'm withdrawing it.
Okay, Councillor Cole is moving to withdraw his motion. On favor? All right. Let's have a recorded vote on withdrawing the motion. Okay, Councillor Perruzza, please. Recorded vote on Councillor Cole's withdrawing the motion.
Just, members, stand by while we create the motion.
Okay, it's on the screen. This is to support Councillor Cole to withdraw his motion. Yeah. Just so everybody knows what we're voting on.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. Councillor Sachs, are you online and present and voting in the meeting? We've received a vote, but I don't see you on camera.
Okay, now you've got a camera.
Councillor Sachs, how are you voting?
Affirmative.
The motion to withdraw the motion by Councillor Cole carries. The vote is 19-4.
Right. Motion 2A by Councillor McKelvey. On favor? Carried. Oh, sorry. Yes?
I'm sorry, are we not done this item? Oh, I have a point of privilege, but I can do it after this.
Okay.
Yeah, I apologize.
Motion 1 by Councillor Bravo. On favor? Carried. Motion 2B by Councillor McKelvey. On favor? Carried. Motion 3 by Councillor Mantis. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Recorded vote.
The item is amended, carries. The vote is 20-3.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher, please don't leave. Councillor Fletcher, do you want the member's motion that you introduced for
Yes, thank you.
M2445?
Thank
Did
you.
you want to move that?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Are you leaving?
Yeah, just
No, I'm reading.
just one sec. On favor? Carried. Okay,
you,
Councillor
Speaker.
Matlow.
Thank you. I have a request of you and the indulgence of council. I made an error in a motion earlier in the agenda that I'd like to correct. CC 24.1, the Ombudsman's report. I voted in favor of receiving it. I'd like to change that, and I'd appreciate the indulgence. Either to do that or to make another effort to reopen.
Thompson is not here now? Yeah. So sorry, we don't have all members of council. Sorry. Councillor Matlow, sorry. No.
To reopen.
No, you can't because we don't have all members of council, and Councillor Thompson was here earlier.
I'm hearing lots of people giving me advice.
No, but
and I'd like to
Councillor
hear you.
Thompson moved to reopen and it didn't pass.
So given that Councillor Thompson is not in the room, I can't.
No, we've already dealt with it.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Okay. Do we have any quick releases before we go to the next item? Councillor Morley? Councillor Morley?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release item 18.8, review of zoning nightclub regulations for nightclubs on Lakeshore Boulevard West.
Which one, this one?
18.8.
Okay. So Councillor Morley, on your member's motion, so move that first.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to move my member motion. It is item, sorry.
Yeah, 44. So all in favor, okay, let's put it up.
Thank you.
Okay,
And this
there
is
it
just an opportunity to keep an eye on this newly amended policy change in my community.
Okay, so it's on the screen. MM 2444, all in favor, carried.
Thank you.
Now, on the Etobicoke York Community Council item EY 18.8, you're just going to move receipt?
Correct.
Okay, so on EY 18.8, Councillor Morley is moving receipt of the item. On favor, carried. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So our next item is CC 24.2 Policy Framework, City Response to Demonstrations. And do we have questions on that? Councillor Holliday, point of order.
I do, and it's serious. So the last item that we dealt with, just the last item that we debated before the quick releases was almost $900 million. And it's a serious matter. There's giggling and stuff going on in the council chambers. I don't know if he would reconsider a new motion that we adjourn if this place doesn't become orderly again. There's still some really serious items on this agenda, and I'm worried about making it through it. And I'm also worried about people that are watching this debate. So, Speaker, I know you're doing your best to keep order in the chamber, but if we can't buckle down and get this work done, then we should not be doing it tonight.
Okay. All right, do we have any questions on CC 24.2? And let's just try to keep to the agenda and speak to the agenda and, not get up and move motions that, anyway. Okay, are there any questions? Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to ask whether there has been a council decision to bring in a bylaw. Have we previously asked for a bylaw that addresses demonstrations?
So through the Speaker, Council has not asked for the bylaw to be enacted. Council has, however, provided direction to staff to find a way to protect the right for people to access certain places, and so therefore that's why the recommendation is before you today.
Thank you. To the city solicitor, is, however messy, complicated, and sometimes even problematic, is the freedom of assembly and expression protected in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms?
Yes. Yes, they are both.
Yes. And are there, in terms of other places or other municipalities in Canada who may have adopted limits which prescribe where that exercising that right is not allowed, have we ever seen a robust examination from a constitutional perspective on the risks associated with such a move?
Well, I can speak to two examples. There is a bylaw in Vaughan. I'm not aware of any enforcement activity, and I'm not aware of any cases. They would generally flow from enforcement. There is a bylaw in Calgary. It's very specific to address a specific problem that the city of Calgary was having with respect to access to programs on their property. There is some litigation involving that right now, yes.
And do you foresee in the process of examining how to create a bylaw that it would be a challenge to define what activities by what groups need to be protected in terms of assessing whether the impeding access by the presence of people exercising their right to free speech and assembly is sort of who gets for whom and for what activities.
So if council chooses to direct us to come back with a bylaw, we will consider the evidence that's gathered by city staff and working with the police, and we'll actually we'll do a charter analysis, the first step of which is the identification of a pressing and substantial concern. So we will look at the evidence, and then any response that might limit expression has to be tailored to that particular concern and not be an overreach. It has to be a minimal impairment. So we would do that analysis before recommending a bylaw.
And you may not want to answer this question, but shouldn't we have done that charter analysis before committing to bringing a bylaw forward? Because my question here is, isn't it incredibly challenged to create a bylaw around limiting a constitutional freedom? And therefore committing, the question is a bylaw the way to deal with the situations that are causing anguish in the community?
So first of all, I don't want to, what I just said to be interpreted as suggesting that we haven't done the charter analysis. We have done that work in a general way. But if we're going to be looking at potentially recommending a bylaw, we would have to do a much more specific analysis based on information that was gathered for us, in particular data. Will that be challenging? We'll have to see what is presented to us.
And the analysis that you've done based on the answers you've given to this council before, is it accurate that it indicates that it's very difficult to reconcile how we can both limit the freedom of expression and assembly and be within what the charter enshrines as a right?
Well, the charter does provide a great deal of protection for those rights, and any limit does have to be, the language is demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. That is a very high test. That is true.
Yeah, because this is really about a fundamental exercise in a democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you. Would Toronto be the first city in Ontario to enact a municipal bylaw to address the demonstrations around places of worship since October 7th?
So I just mentioned that Vaughan has enacted a bylaw.
Okay. Have any other municipalities adopted bubble zone legislation to protect different types of vulnerable institutions, places of worship, schools, hospitals, anything like that?
I also mentioned Calgary's bylaw, which was tailored to address a specific problem they were having accessing programs in their own facilities.
More broadly, though, bubble zone legislation, things like hospitals even. Does that exist?
Yes, but
Right.
not municipal legislation.
To your knowledge,
that's provincial.
Did those cities that you've mentioned, I think I heard you mention Vaughan, I think you mentioned Brampton, I think you mentioned Calgary. I know Ottawa's also taking steps. And this
Ottawa's
question,
looking at it. I'm not aware of them having enacted.
taking steps, I think. Oh, they are? Yeah, okay, I'm seeing this.
My information is that Ottawa and Brampton are both looking.
Right.
Yeah, they don't have
So,
legislation yet.
and this might not be a question for you, but maybe it is. Do we know, have they had similar legal questions around adopting these types of bylaws?
I have no doubt that they did, and I have no doubt that they received some legal advice.
Okay.
But I can't speak to that in any
I'm not
detail.
asking you to speak to what their considerations are, just if
don't
they'd be
know.
considering that.
Specifically, I don't know.
Are there such things as reasonable limits clause in the charter? And could you explain
That's what
that?
I was just describing in response to questions from your colleague, yes.
Could you explain that for me, please?
Sure.
Yeah.
So when there's a court challenge and a court examines whether a limit on a freedom, a fundamental freedom protected in the Charter, is justified, what it looks at is, the language is the limit must be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. So they first look at whether there's a pressing and substantial concern. How big is the problem? Is it big enough, essentially, is the first question. The second part is a proportionality test. So they look at first whether the solution in the bylaw actually does address the pressing and substantial concern. So the solution has to match the problem.
So
then it can't be overreach. It must be a minimal impairment. So you only do as much as you need to do to address what it has been identified by the court as a big enough problem.
So I'm teeing up on the piece there where you're talking about proportionality of the response.
Yes.
And what was the words that you used? It demonstrated a threat large enough or
It has to be a pressing and substantial concern.
Pressing and substantial.
And it has to be a minimal impairment to address that concern.
So in the city of Toronto, we have had an unprecedented amount of hate crimes and hate incidents of hate targeting particular communities in this city. So I wonder, and I don't know if you'll have the answer, maybe the city manager will, but when you look at Vaughan, which has adopted this, when you look at Brampton, which is taking steps to move in this direction, Ottawa, which is taking steps to move in this direction, with the consideration of proportionality in mind and the hate crimes and the hate incidents that have taken place in this city, do we know if those municipalities have had a higher increase in hate crimes or hate incidents or less than the city of Toronto?
So what I will say is if a court is examining the validity of a bylaw that limits expression, they will look at what was in front of council when it made that decision to adopt that bylaw. They will look at the evidence that was gathered to demonstrate that there was a pressing and substantial concern. Okay. And that's the next step, is to bring all of that forward. I can't speak to whether those municipalities did that. I also know that they haven't had any, well, 2 of them don't have a bylaw yet and 1 of them doesn't have a challenge yet.
So respectfully, thank you for that. Maybe it's to the city manager, maybe it's to someone who might have a sense of what the incidents of hate crime and hate incidents have been. We know that we've had orders of magnitude 300% increase here in the city of Toronto since October 7th. So given that this seems to be about proportionality and about the significance and substantiveness, you can correct me on the language of the exact charter, but basically, is this happening? Is it justified to take these sorts of steps given what's happening? So the question is, in those other municipalities that have already moved in front of Toronto to take steps, do we know if they had the same level of urgency, level of issues, levels of frequency of hate crimes and hate incidents since October 7th?
That was your last question.
Through the speaker, so we don't have information for the other municipalities. However, we do have data for Toronto that would be included in our report back as well. But we have, for example, that we know that in 2023, there was 368 hate crimes that were reported on Toronto Police Services, who are here today and can speak to it a bit further. We would be building on collecting that information if council directs us to come back with a bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. Do charter rights mean that you can break the laws of the land?
That's a really tricky question to answer without specific facts and context, but I'm going to say in many cases, no.
Right. Now, police have put out several statements saying that constitutional rights and freedom of speech and assembly are guaranteed, but, quote, they have limits. Is that true?
Absolutely, and the analysis that I've just been describing, it applies to those limits. And there are examples. There are criminal code offenses that address things like hate speech, for example.
Now, it's been mentioned before, there's now, I think 4 or 5 municipalities that have these so-called bubble zones, and as well as hospitals for frontline healthcare workers and abortion clinics. Now, there seems to be nothing that takes away the ability to protest or picket. It creates a buffer zone between the entranceway and the protests. I've seen nothing in these bylaws or at these cities or institutions that affect freedom of speech or the right to protest.
So the bubble zones don't prevent all protests and expression, they create a limit on it. It is a limit because it prevents it within a particular geographic area. That would be the limit.
Right.
Yeah.
So nobody's rights are being infringed by bubble zones. No one's telling them they can't protest or they can't express their right to peaceful assembly.
A court would find that a bubble zone did create a limit and would then do an analysis to determine whether that limit passed the Section 1 test that I've just described.
Now, you know, when I hear a lot of the battle cry for protests and charter rights, I get the impression that the charter rights are for the hateful mob and not for the rest of us who want to go about their daily lives in peace and security. Who are charter rights for?
Charter rights are for everybody.
Charter rights are for everybody. How about that? Now, municipal licensing. I'm going to ask a tough question here. We've seen over the last 14 months probably hundreds of violations of our municipal bylaws. I've seen almost no enforcement of our bylaws. At what point are we going to start enforcing our bylaws and bringing some law and order to the city?
Thank you for the question. I completely disagree with you, and that hundreds of bylaws have been violated. That is false.
I see. So whenever I've asked you, why is the municipal licensing on the spot, you say you've turned that over to police. Yet police say they're not taking on bylaw enforcement. What is going on here?
So we enforce over 30 bylaws from the municipal code, none of which have been violated during these protests.
So noise exemption, noise violations, letting off smoke bombs, blocking public access, blocking roads, using amplified sounds, hate chants, none of that, incitement, harassment, none of those violate our current bylaws.
Of all of those you mentioned, only one does. We do not, there is no violation for people noise. We do amplified sound, and we have been out in Bathurst and Shepherd the last few weekends to take measurements and to do what we can with the limited authorities that we have. The other bylaws you are quoting are just fictitious.
I see. Well, they're on the books, but let's move on from there. And they have been out at Bathurst and Shepherd. I will grant that, and I've spoken to them, and they're certainly doing the best they can. Now, in my conversations with police services, they said they would provide for the safety of municipal licensed officers. Are you aware of that?
Yes, we work very closely with the police, and we ask for them to join us so that when we do attend, that our officers are safe.
Okay, so we've been this is the third time this has come to the council floor. Mr. City Manager, you've asked for, this is going to come back a fourth time. When do you think we can get this done? Other municipalities seem to do this quite readily.
So this is your last question.
Yeah, and so through the Speaker, to be clear, Council has not asked for the bylaw to come back. What has happened is a number of times we've been asked to do things to which the only answer we would have is to come back with a bylaw. That's what's before you today. Either we create the bylaw and bring it back for your discussion and decision making, or we don't. And I will say that, you know, if you look at the wording of past motions, in some cases they did not ask us to look at it. They asked the police to look at it, which not sure how they would enact something along that. There were discussions of having other orders of government but that didn't go through. The most recent and most specific one came out of the action plan, which said create an action plan that would address the ability of people to enter into particularly places of worship and those types of facilities free from harassment and whatever else. The only way we can do that would be to contemplate a bylaw. So that's why tonight, and then today in this motion, we're saying it is time to decide. So again, I don't agree that we have repeatedly not brought it back. We've not really been asked to do it. We've been asked around the houses, quite frankly, to do it. Tonight, the answer is it is the only other pathway forward for council. City staff cannot provide that type of work without actually having something in place that would be and the work that our city solicitor has talked about has to happen, but we would need to put something in place that we could enforce, not just the way it is today. So that's why it's here tonight, and and we will take the direction. It would only come back one more time. What we've asked in the recommendation is that for you to provide direction, bring a bylaw or don't bring a bylaw, and if the bylaw comes back, you would have the chance to accept that bylaw or not.
No, that was your last question. Well, no, he asked his question. It took a minute to answer the question. Okay, Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, likely to the city solicitor. When we're looking at these bylaws in other jurisdictions, what are the penalties for breaking those bylaws?
Sorry. Did you ask the penalties?
Yes.
Yeah, penalties,
I actually don't know. I'm actually not sure off the top of my head what the penalties are in those bylaws. I can get that answer for you, though.
Yeah, it would be helpful, because my second question would be, everything kind of all my questions kind of flow from the penalty, but let me ask you this, what's the biggest penalty? Well, I'll rephrase it. For breaking a bylaw, is jail ever an option?
No, generally speaking, the penalty for breaking a bylaw is a fine.
Correct. So this would be akin to giving someone a provincial offenses ticket. I know it's a bylaw, but like a speeding ticket. You're getting the fine.
It would be a provincial offense, yes.
Yeah, okay. I know you can't speak on behalf of the police, but what's the likelihood of, if you have an unruly crowd that's, within these bubble zones, whatever the case might be, what's the likelihood of the police going and arresting people? Given what we've seen their history of much more aggressive incidents where they don't arrest people.
I can't speak for the police.
We do have somebody from the police here.
But I can tell you that the maximum fine for Vaughan is $100,000.
Maybe we can have...
We're looking at pretty hefty fines. We're not looking at jail time. Okay,
Councillor Burnside, hold on. We have somebody from the police here that can answer a question. Did you want to respond?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Not to belabor the point, I think the councillor was ready to move on, but in agreement with what I think the point is that he's making, a bylaw would be a much lower priority on the grand scale of different kinds of things that we'd be looking at this type of demonstration.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's what I was thinking. Thank you very much for answering. And then back to the city solicitor, because I really don't know the answer to this one or have any idea. When the courts look at these things in terms of charter violations of any law, be it a bylaw, do they look at the severity of the penalty, or is it just sort of black and white? So is there more, I guess what I'm getting at, is there more leeway when it's a fine as opposed to the risk of incarceration?
The fine itself is not where a court would start. They would really focus mostly on, is there a pressing and substantial concern, and is there a reasonable limit? That analysis would be essential. Would the penalty itself factor in to the analysis after that? Maybe, but that analysis is the core.
Well, you're right, but you said the first thing you said, a reasonable concern, right?
Has to be a pressing and substantial concern that is addressed. So there has to be
right,
a serious
so reasonable
problem before a court will consider any sort of a limit on one of the protected freedoms.
Correct. Right. So if there's a pressing concern, would they then not look at, and this is through the speaker, would they then not look at the penalty to see if that would be something that's a reasonable response? Like if there's a pressing concern, 20 years in jail might not be a reasonable response, but a $500 ticket might be.
It might factor into the analysis, but the limit itself is what has to be addressed in that analysis. So
okay, thank you.
To what degree is expression limited, for example?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, questions?
Yes, Speaker, thank you. So I was just following some of these questions and the answers, respective answers. How long have we been working on developing a framework? And do we currently have anything in place that looks like a bylaw that we could enforce currently on the books?
So through the Speaker, not a bylaw that would be in line with what the City of Vaughan has put in place, no.
No, is it true that I believe, as best as I could recall, we started to have this discussion likely early this year sometime, and I believe it was the February 6th and 7th council meeting? Is that when we first started to have discussions around a policy framework?
So through the Speaker, around the policy framework, yes.
Okay.
The idea of these, what they're being called bubble zones, that actually predates that. It goes all the way back to the fall of 2023.
But you've never been directed in that February 6th council meeting, nor at May 22nd and 23rd, when we again had further discussions about this, at any time been directed to come back with a bylaw?
So not to come back with a bylaw through the Speaker, however, I was directed in the May meeting to create an action plan that would recognize how we would allow people to enter these types of facilities free of harassment and whatever else. I couldn't take that as anything else other than to bring back some sort of municipal framework to enforce that. We can't just wish that that happens. We would need something in order to make it happen. So that's what happened in the May time.
In the May, but have we seen that framework yet, or are we still working on it?
So that's what's before you this evening through the Speaker is do you wish us to take that next step? We've looked at Vaughan, we've looked at other jurisdictions and what they're doing. This is to receive the direction to bring back the actual wording, which requires work by a number of staff folks, so we want that direction this evening or not. We'll either take steps or we won't take steps after this evening to complete this work. So approval of these
recommendations tonight will give you direction to come back one more last time, and it gets it done the next day or in the first quarter of next year.
So through the Speaker, the report back would be the bylaw, which you then would have the chance to either approve or not approve at that time.
Okay. So I'm just concerned that again, this is going to be a year, maybe more than a year, by the time this ultimately gets to a point where we actually have some protection in place for vulnerable institutions. The City of Brampton, they have a bylaw. Do they not have one in place right now? My understanding is they do.
So through the Speaker, apparently Brampton just enacted their bylaw. Vaughan's has been enacted for sure. I'm hearing that Brampton is just enacted. Ottawa is contemplating early in 2025.
So I'm just curious, why is it that these municipalities essentially could very, very quickly, in short order, come up with a bylaw? I understand that Vaughan did it in one session, one sitting, or maybe a few days before that, developed a bylaw, went to council, debated, and it got approved.
So through the Speaker, Vaughan didn't do it that quickly as you've described. And to be clear, the actual direction around a bylaw, it's been talked around.
Yeah.
It's not been directed. So what we're suggesting is that because of some of the direction that we have received, the next natural piece is for council to decide, do you actually want to see wording of a bylaw or not? And that's what's here tonight. So while this may seem from start to finish to be longer than some other jurisdictions, it's because we actually didn't ever receive that direction. We're not holding back bringing forward a bylaw. We weren't directed to bring forward a bylaw.
I agree. And that seems to be the problem, that this council has not directed you to bring back a bylaw. When I look at these recommendations, I don't see specific wording that says bring back a bylaw. Are you comfortable with the wording in front of you that you have that direction?
So through the Speaker, if you approve the recommendations that are before you tonight, that would be one of the items that happens, is we would be bringing back the bylaw for consideration by council in the first quarter of next year.
All right. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I do have an answer to the question I undertook to get an answer to earlier. The penalty in the if it's okay to share that now, under Calgary's bylaw, the penalty ranges from 500 to 2,000, and there are some provisions for repeat offences.
Thank you for that. Councillor Myers, questions?
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. So I guess just first a quick clarification question. Did we not already deal with item 3 when we voted on this item before? How is this item coming back again? Because there was a proposal to have a bubble zone and council said no. Well,
Through the Speaker, so we weren't asked specifically to develop the bylaw, so we were looking at ways and actions that could be taken to ensure safety and that people could practice. And so this was the way we came back to propose that this would be a method to do that, but it's specific to asking council if they would like us to go and draft the bylaw and come back with that.
okay, so this is a proposal from staff in response to the decision of council.
That's correct.
Okay.
Through the Speaker, in specific to the May direction that I was provided to bring back an action of how we would enact the protections that can only really take place if the city is to consider a bylaw.
Did staff consider other policies other than creating safety zones in order to strike this balance?
So through the Speaker, yes, we've taken a number of other measures in addition to this. So there are a number of things that are captured within the report. One of those was your direction to update our framework for demonstrations across the city. In the action plan that was developed, we've also taken some additional steps around protection of the community. And you see another recommendation before you this evening to create a funding stream so that we can deal with potential for hostile vehicle mitigation activities across the city. So yes, a number of things have been taken in addition to this.
So in these bubble zones, for example, let's say a school was protected, would workers who were striking at a religious school, would they be caught in this?
I don't anticipate that our bylaw would address peaceful protests. I don't think it would capture a peaceful protest. Could.
But it could if you had to maintain a certain distance.
It could. So I don't know what the evidence that's going to be shared with my staff will be, so I can't tell you what our bylaw will look like right now.
And would the bylaw still apply if, for example, there was a church and let's say there was a political nomination of a controversial candidate? Would people therefore be prevented from protesting that because it was being held in a church, even though it was not being used for religious purposes?
Again, we would have to look at the problems that are being identified for the city and then craft a bylaw to address those problems.
So what have other jurisdictions done? When they craft these types of bylaws, do they apply only when whatever institution is being used for those purposes, or is that sort of a blanket effect?
Well, first of all, Calgary's and Vaughan's are very different. But I understand Brampton's is very similar to Vaughan's. Vaughan focuses on what they call nuisance type activity. So it does not, it would not be tailored to the use of a particular type of institution. It would be tailored to addressing nuisance behavior.
And do we define what nuisance behavior is?
They do, yes. And I don't think it's that far off the legal definition of nuisance generally, actually, but nuisance demonstrations mean one or more persons publicly and in person protesting against something or expressing views on any issue in any manner, whether it's intended or not, that is likely on an objective standard to cause a reasonable person to be intimidated, meaning that they are either concerned for their safety or security, or they are unable to access any place of worship. For greater certainty, intimidation can be caused by, but not only by, actions or expressions that incite hatred, violence, intolerance, or discrimination.
And has that definition been reviewed by any court as charter compliant?
Not yet.
That was your last question. Thank you. Councillor Perks, question.
Yes, I'd like to ask Ms. Basil a question. These are very, very complicated and sensitive issues, and I think clear information is important. In answer to a previous question, you said there had been 400 and something hate crimes. I think that wasn't actually the accurate thing to say. Could you clarify?
Through the speaker, the information that we have is about hate crimes that were reported to the Toronto Police Services portal.
So these are complaints.
So I'm gonna ask the Toronto Police Services to provide the definition they use for these data. But that's the data in the portal that we included in our report.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I apologize that I don't have the exact numbers, but yes, there is a distinction to be drawn between what is a hate crime incident versus what is an alleged hate crime, the connection of some criminal act that is motivated by hate. And so that number of 450, my understanding of that is that these are allegations that are in some state of investigation. Yes.
They're allegations.
Correct.
Thank you very much. So, can you put, Councillor Fletcher, my time is running, okay? Can you pause my time? Councillor Fletcher says she didn't hear it. If I can maybe if I could just ask again. I know that you said a lot of things in there, but I think the thing that was important for me to hear, these are allegations, correct?
Until such time as they are substantiated and charges are laid. So in the vast majority of those 450 cases, charges I would say have not been laid, but they are under some state of progress in the investigation. So they're in progress, so to speak. Right,
and I know there have been some charges laid, and it's actually, you need to get permission from the Attorney General to lay the charge. And a number of those charges were laid and then withdrawn, correct?
You know, I don't have them at my fingertips. I understand some charges in some contexts related to hate crimes have been withdrawn, but I don't want to speak too loosely.
Next question. Has any person been found guilty of a hate crime arising from activity at any protest around the activities in Gaza and Israel right now since October 7th of last year? Has any court found that there was a hate crime?
None in Toronto that I'm aware of.
None in Toronto that you're aware of. Well, I think we'd be aware if one had. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I just want to clarify something, and that's why I asked to hear that again from the officer. We're talking about allegations versus hate crimes. And now I'm just going to ask again, city manager or city solicitor, is an allegation a hate crime or is an allegation that there was a hate crime? Can you tell us the difference? I guess I'll ask the city solicitor because it is a legal matter, is it not?
Well, people are innocent until they're proven guilty, so these people have not been proven guilty.
So would you consider that that's a hate crime or it's an allegation?
It would be an allegation. I
So
believe
could we
the
have that
officer has clarified that that was an
Thank you.
allegation.
Could we have that clarified, please, from the city manager's office? Because that's been stated twice now that there's 450.
And it's been clarified through the speaker that it is about the incidents that are reported through the police portal. Yes.
Yes, it's been clarified by the police, but is that
Yes,
your
it is the
understanding?
incidents that have been reported.
Understanding?
Yes.
So we're clear on that now?
We are.
100%?
Yes.
Because I think that's actually quite a serious thing. I just want to ask here, since in COVID, people were having a hard time getting to work. Madam City Solicitor, Mr. City Manager, although you were the city manager, did you bring in a bylaw or request a bylaw for bubbles so that people could get safely into work and not have to deal with anti-vaxxers at that time? If not, why not?
No, we didn't.
You did not?
No.
Were you asked by the police to bring one in?
No, we were not.
Were you asked by anybody to bring one in?
No.
Would you consider going to work in order to save lives and give people vaccinations to be a very important thing to do? That's just a rhetorical question, I'm sorry. Thank you. So that was, we were under, I don't want to call it martial law, but we were under an emergency situation, and you didn't think that, you didn't bring in a bylaw to create bubbles in institutions,
No,
correct?
we did give some advice about how to address demonstrations.
Yes, but did you,
we gave
did
some
you
advice.
suggest there be a bylaw to curtail people's rights to stand in front of hospitals?
No.
You did not. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, thank you very much, Councillor Perruzza. When I'm going to ask you a question, I'll certainly let you know. And this notion of a nuisance, who decides if it's a nuisance? The police? Mr. Grant? Councillor Perruzza? Who decides if it's a nuisance?
Well, under that bylaw in another municipality, whoever was responsible for enforcing that bylaw would have to make that decision. So enforcement staff have to make those decisions on the fly, really. They have to. And it would be the police in most cases, because our bylaw enforcement staff don't deal with large demonstrations.
So in general, I'll just ask our good officers here, and you've been here all day having a great time, sure.
The best.
A nuisance.
Yeah, well,
Because I know at 55, there's lots of calls that go in for nuisances, and I know that our fantastic superintendent isn't sending a lot of squad cars. So how would you be careful to lay a charge that doesn't end up at the Supreme Court?
well, it's an excellent question, and to be quite honest with you, I mean, a nuisance can mean different things to different people, certainly to different officers. So much like the application or the enforcement of any type of law, bylaw or otherwise, an officer needs to form their grounds. In other words, they take observations, they assess what is going on, they take all of the sort of circumstances together, and then they make a decision, which is ultimately tested in some type of court. There is a final arbiter, and it's not the police. The police simply lay the charge, and then that charge is either successfully prosecuted or not.
But you have to go to court.
You have to go to
The
court.
officers have to go to court if everybody's lying in nuisance.
Exactly.
And did you know if the chief at the time, fantastic Chief Bramer, did he ask for bubbles, and did he ask for the city to create a bylaw at that time during our emergency that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of. Would you consider the COVID epidemic and the actions in front of hospitals to be something that was serious at that time, that you had to spend a lot of time managing?
Well, I know that the province brought about some legislation to deal with hospitals in particular, but I would agree with you that it was a serious time that we were all experiencing, for sure.
But there was no request from the Toronto Police for a bubble bylaw and restricting anybody's rights to express their opinion?
None that I'm aware of, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Chang, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a question for Carlton. I'm just wondering what bylaws are enforceable in a demonstration setting? What are potential bylaws that you could see officers enforcing?
I don't see any bylaws that would be impacted unless they were putting hate posters onto utility poles.
So noise or nuisance are not things that bylaw enforcement officers would enforce?
We do not enforce people noise. We do enforce amplified sound. If they do not have a permit or a noise exemption, we would enforce amplified sound if it exceeds the decibel levels prescribed in the noise bylaw.
How about putting furniture on public spaces?
That perhaps is something my colleagues in transportation services do because it's on the right of way.
I am going to add that, through you, Madam Speaker, there is an offence that prohibits people from obstructing the sidewalk.
And who would enforce that?
I will leave that to transportation to answer whether they would do it or leave that to the police. Certainly, any large demonstrations are left to the police for enforcement for obvious.
That, through the Speaker, that's correct. We would leave that to the police to enforce.
So do police enforce city bylaws in demonstration settings?
I would say that we do so quite rarely, and I think the circumstances you're describing are something encumbering the sidewalk, I believe is the terminology that we refer to. But certainly there are other tools in the toolbox, so to speak, that police can and do use quite frequently at these demonstrations. And I can think of many examples over recent weeks, particularly at Bathurst and Shepherd, where these kinds of actions were taken by the police. But I would say that the first step isn't necessarily always to immediately cause enforcement, but to caution people and ask that compliance be attained. And more often than not, we do reach that, but of course there are times when we have to take some more forceful or firm action.
And when these types of enforcements happen, are they done in coordination with MLS and transportation, or do the police officers simply enforce the city bylaws in the absence of city staff?
So we do attempt to coordinate and collaborate with MLS and other city partners as best as we can. However, once demonstrations are truly well and underway, it's generally the police that are at the front of it, if you will. To the degree that we can share responsibility and receive assistance, we are happy to do so. But usually once demonstrations are well underway and there's some numbers and perhaps some risk factors involved, then it's generally the police taking action.
So if there was a policy put forth about bubble zones, who would enforce that? Would it be MLS, or would it be transportation, or would it be police?
Well, much of that remains to be seen. I mean, I think we've been talking about what a bylaw could be like, and the devil is in the details, quite frankly. So we would need to have a good understanding of what exactly the bylaw allows, what authority it grants the police, and where does that fit in to the entirety of the spectrum of things that we would be considering at a demonstration. There's many, many factors at play. And in all honesty, a bylaw would be somewhat low on the range of things that we would be looking at. Public safety is our paramount concern. But of course, charter rights weighs very heavily as we wrestle with the limitations on charter expression with, reasonable enjoyment of the city by other people not involved in the demonstration. So there's many, many things that are continuously being weighed, wrestled with, I would say. And a bylaw, I mean, we'd want to see it, of course, but it would be disingenuous to suggest that a bylaw would somehow change the dynamics significantly on the ground for us. Because quite frankly, a bylaw would be of lesser priority relative to all the entirety of other things that we would be thinking about and trying to protect at a demonstration.
Is it possible that sometimes officers encounter hate crimes, and there's a lag between the witnessing it and then the charge being enforced, and then it has to go to the Solicitor General, so it can take a while, and we have seen that often the charges don't stick. And so in those instances, enforcing bylaws as opposed to hate crime might result in a consequence more directly than going through the process of a hate crime enforcement.
Last question, Councillor.
Well,
thank you.
Yeah, I want to, if I can, try to keep those issues separate because, quite frankly, the enforcement of a bylaw wouldn't necessarily impinge upon some sort of investigation into a hate crime. I mean, a hate crime would start as an allegation, and a lot of times it's what we call a hate incident, which is something that falls short of an actual criminal act. And so I don't necessarily see that the enforcement of a bylaw would preclude us from dealing forcefully, firmly, thoroughly with some sort of a hate crime allegation.
Thank you very much. That was only 20 seconds over, Councillor Nunziata. You are up next. Speaker. One sec. Mr. Pasternak, hold on, I just want to ask a question. Okay, so to the police, what was the total amount of allegations again? 401?
I apologize, I'm not firm on the number. I understand it's in the neighborhood of 400 to 500 allegations.
Okay, so, and you responded to the question that Councillor asked. Those complaints that came in, they're allegations, but you haven't processed or investigated all those allegations as of yet, correct?
Each and every one is investigated fully.
And investigated, and out of the ones that you investigated, what came up from that?
To be honest, I don't have a number. I suspect perhaps there are some very legitimate allegations that may reach a court to be tested, but I just don't have those numbers. The investigation of these matters rests with our hate crime unit, which is a sub-branch of our intelligence unit. They have expanded significantly since October 7th. They have a full complement of investigators, and they are working on each and every one of these files.
Okay, so at the end of the day, there could be some charges laid, correct?
Of course.
Right. Okay, so there could be 400 charges laid. My next question is, a few months ago when there was that shooting at the school, that's a hate crime, correct?
Well, there was a shooting at a school, and I believe 2 individuals were arrested for that.
Yeah.
But the matter has not run through a full court process as yet, so it remains to be seen.
And in Councillor Cole's ward, he's not there, that graffiti that was in one of the businesses in his ward, and that was all that graffiti that had to be removed, that was a hate crime, correct?
Well, again, I'm not the investigator on that matter. I don't want to speak too freely about it and just assume that it was. Again, it would be certainly a type of allegation of a hate crime, but a lot of times we find that what seems very much on the surface to be a hate crime actually isn't. I mean, the matter simply has to be investigated, and the police go where the evidence leads.
Okay, so when it comes to protesters, I don't know who should I ask, or legal or ML. So a few months ago, there were protesters that blocked off the Gardner, and the Gardner was closed, and nobody can get on or off the Gardner. So is that not illegal to close a highway?
Well, perhaps I can just jump into that because it's not necessarily a bylaw. There's criminal offense.
Criminal, exactly.
Public safety.
So why did that happen? Why were people stranded downtown Toronto that couldn't leave the city because the Gardner was closed because of these protesters that blocked the Gardner?
Well, the simple fact is that at times the police simply cannot get there instantaneously. So in respects to cases like this, we find out something is happening. Generally, we try to find out well in advance that it's happening, but we do sometimes find out with such short notice that it's already underway. So in a case like that where the Gardner is being blocked, we would be sending police resources there to deal with it. Sometimes we find out about something of this nature, and by the time we get there, it's gone. But if we do get there and it's still there, then we take some sort of an action, whatever is most appropriate in the circumstances.
So what action would you take? Would you not make arrests so people can actually get on the Gardner?
You would be making arrests, of course, and I believe in relation to some blockades on the Gardner, we have made arrests after the fact. So we put some effort into identifying who those individuals were and then laid charges after the fact once we were able to do that.
Okay, thank you. And I didn't take my 5 minutes.
You know you did. I was very generous with your time. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to pull a thread on a couple of questions related to the police response around demonstrations in our city. And I do believe that they're the most appropriate body to be responding. So my question through the speaker will be for the Toronto Police. Can you provide some color and context to the Project Resolute work that has been taking place over the last year in the City of Toronto?
Absolutely. I don't want to provide too many details because, quite frankly, it's complex and it has been ongoing for some time. But essentially, since October 7th, since those events in the Middle East, we have stood up what we call Project Resolute, which consists of a great number of police resources and other city partners and other entities to essentially keep the city safe and deal with protests and demonstrations that have somewhat been unprecedented in certainly the time that I've been in Toronto, and that's all my life. So to give you a quick snapshot and overview, there's a major incident command center in the Toronto Police Service headquarters up on the top floor, and that is essentially where the incident commander will work and oversee the things that are happening across the city. In addition to that, there will be a great many police assets on the ground with various levels of supervision, some specialized, some general. And when I say specialized, I refer to things like public order units, PSRT units, whatever the police assets that might be most appropriate to whatever it is that we might be expecting to happen. And since October 7th, we have managed just under, I think, 2,000 different types of special events, demonstrations of different types, but I would say that the bulk of them have been in relation to the Gaza conflict. As we will all have seen, there have been different phases of Project Resolute. We have seen times where Avenue Road Bridge was a major concern, where shopping malls were concerns, where Hospital Row was affected, where attempts to infiltrate the Gardiner in large scale at the very beginning of the protest activity took place. So we have, to the best of our ability, been as agile as we can in anticipating and dealing with these different types of manifestations. And the struggle has primarily been about balancing charter rights and expression with the ordinary rights of citizens in the city to go about their business and live their life free from the encumbrances that these protests bring upon them. So I don't know if that's too brief or too long of a snapshot, but that's Project Resolute. Hate crime that we've touched on to some degree is a very big part of that. A lot of times there's an operational element to what is going on in the moment, and then there is all of the investigatory back work, if you will, of what's happening behind the scenes to sort of hold people to account and bring charges where they are appropriate. We like to make arrests in the moment whenever possible, but we appreciate that that's not always safe, not always doable. Sometimes investigation must play itself out, and we do make arrests and lay charges after the fact when appropriate.
That's very helpful. So would you agree that there has been a consistent and diligent effort from the Toronto Police to resource and address some of the impacts that we've been navigating as a city around safety and demonstrations for Torontonians?
Yes, I would agree completely.
And just to follow up on that as well, the hate crimes unit at the Toronto Police, again, the most appropriate body to be receiving, investigating, and navigating these concerns, has grown significantly as a result of these efforts. I don't know if you have the exact number on you, but I think it's about a 4 times expansion of the office. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
Thank you. And then my last quick question on this is just with respect to the number of complaints and charges laid. My recollection of the number of charges laid most recently from the chief's update was just under 200. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right, but I would draw the distinction that charges laid don't necessarily always correspond to hate crimes. So at a protest, you could have charges ranging from mischief to assault police to obstruct police, all sorts of things. So of those 200 charges, they may not necessarily all be hate crimes or hate motivated. They're just simply criminal acts or criminal offenses that we are alleging took place in and around some sort of demonstration or protest related to the Middle East.
Thank you. I will spare you the question of how much a lot of this work has cost the city and the Toronto Police Services. I'm sure it will be a point of discussion at budget time, but I appreciate the time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. First question for the police. I take it's that there's a great deal of conduct that amounts to harassment, which is not necessarily a hate crime, correct?
That's correct. At times there's some quite disturbing things that take place on our city streets that are no doubt fueled by hate, but do not rise to the level of criminality.
Right, and it's certainly true that harassment, especially when repeated, is going to adversely affect people's safety and feeling of belonging in the city of Toronto, correct?
Well, correct to a degree in the sense that harassment can be a term that takes on a legal connotation that harassment to a sufficient degree can actually be criminal harassment. So there is some calibration, some assessment, and as we were talking about earlier, you must form the grounds, and at times...
I understand.
Thank you.
I understand. Does anger over a foreign war give anyone the right to harass a religious community, a religious minority here in Toronto?
Well, in the simplest term, I would say no, of course, but what people consider to be harassment differs across groups.
Absolutely. Now, you've already told us it is illegal to block the public from traveling along a city road, correct?
Well, we were talking about the Gardner, I believe, which has very significant public safety implications. But there are many times when protests or demonstrations do obstruct traffic, vehicles and pedestrians. And, you know, again, we're talking about the balance between charter expression and the citizens' right to move about the city. So we try to find the right balance. And while there have been many disturbances, there have been many times when we have ended that disturbance to open up the flow of vehicles and pedestrians.
Right, but it is illegal, it is contrary certainly to city bylaws for sure, to block a road, right?
But bylaws do not supersede charter rights of expression. And so we have sought and received legal advice in many of these areas. And so there should be some balance that is struck. What is reasonable? And of course, I would agree with you, because I think I know where you're going. What is completely reasonable to some people is completely unreasonable to some other people. So we try to find the right balance, and no doubt we oftentimes, inevitably, disappoint many with our efforts. But we appreciate that free expression in a free society and people exercising their charter rights does cause inconvenience to many people often. In fact, that's the point of it, I would think, according to people that are protesting.
Right, now it is contrary to the criminal code to be masked during an illegal assembly, and you're correct?
Well, again, this is something that is sometimes misunderstood by the public, that simply being at a protest and being masked is not necessarily being masked at an illegal assembly, because nothing about that assembly is necessarily illegal.
Well, so, let's do it piece by piece.
Sure.
The criminal code clearly says it is illegal to be masked during an illegal assembly. Now we're on to the question of what's an illegal assembly, which is where I'm going. So you're aware the groups of mass protesters week after week after week have blocked traffic in my ward, often on Bay Street, and my constituents are asking, why has there been no effective response? You know it's going to happen. They advertise it's going to happen. They do it over and over and over again. Why has there been no effective response to prevent these recurrent masked blockages of city streets in the middle of my ward?
So to characterize the response as being insufficient, I suppose, is a matter of opinion based on some people. Oftentimes, what some people feel is no response at all is considered by other people to be far too much response. But in each and every case where we anticipate or become aware of some sort of a protest that is going to cause some sort of disruption or even some sort of an unsafe condition, there is a police response. But that police response, as I said, is calibrated by an incident commander in the MIC and by all the many police assets that are on the ground or wherever to find the right balance between what is allowable in a free and democratic society, what charter rights allow for, and what charter rights do not allow for. In other words, what is the limitation? And I get the point that you're making. There are quite a few people who simply find that the police response has been too lax, too lenient, and insufficient. And again, quite frankly, many other people who would say the exact opposite, that it is heavy-handed, sometimes brutal, and is infringing on people's rights of expression. So these are issues that incident commanders and ground commanders wrestle with at each and every one of these demonstrations and try to find the correct balance. And it would be far for me to say that we get it right or perfect every time, but we certainly try our best to get it right as best as we can.
Thank you. That was the last question. Deputy Mayor Malik, questions.
Thank you very much. I guess this question is for police services and also our municipal licensing and standards. I just want to understand what a potential bylaw allows you to have access to in terms of power or enforcement that does not exist right now in terms of the experience that you just shared with us around addressing and responding to hate incidents, making sure that public safety is held as people exercise their charter rights and freedoms.
So as a general principle in policing, we'd never turn away tools that might be useful in our toolbox. But if I'm being perfectly honest with you, we have essentially created bubble zones, de facto bubble zones already. So for instance, Mount Sinai Hospital was impacted by one protest. I would characterize it as a one-off. And since that moment, we decided that there would be no further protest activity along University Avenue, along Hospital Road. We didn't need a bylaw to do that. We just simply set up rows of police officers and said, you will not come down this way, right? The Gardner Expressway is another one. Avenue Road is another one. There are many examples where we simply said, you shall not pass. So we, as the police of jurisdiction, in this case in Toronto, have said, this is a reasonable limitation. We can create no-go zones simply for public safety reasons. And in many cases, we have used kinetic force to enforce this action and even made arrests associated to those kinds of blockades. But again, it really requires us to balance what is reasonable. And again, we frequently seek and receive legal advice as to what is permissible, what is reasonable in a free society such as ours.
Appreciate that. I don't know if there's anything more for municipal licensing and standards.
I would just add that the potential bylaw gives guidelines to the public on what is permitted and what is not. We saw extensively through COVID regulations brought in to protect the public that were guidelines. Were they necessarily enforceable, to the letter, black and white? No. I'm talking about wearing masks in common areas in apartment buildings, for an example. It was very challenging to enforce. However, it gave the broader public clear guidelines on what they should be following. That is, the intent of a bylaw, and this is something we will work with the city manager's office and legal and the police on as we work through this process.
Okay, so what I'm also hearing is some of the limitations of this particular approach to achieve what we're looking for, and that police services has been responsive to the direction that has been affirmed at this council repeatedly, that the commitment to public safety and to our rights and freedoms always has to be held together. I guess my final question would just also be to the city solicitor, the same question around what, from what already exists, how does it fall short, and how would a bylaw potentially make up that difference?
So through you, Madam Speaker, there are already tools available to enforcement staff to address protests that are unruly and contrary to our standards in our society. Whether or not, when we look at the evidence that's brought forward and gathered to help us when we're preparing this next report that we may be asked to do, whether or not we identify a gap that needs to be addressed, I can't say. But it's possible that there is conduct that falls short of, for example, mischief under the criminal code or hate speech under the criminal code that council might want to address, that we could propose be addressed through a bylaw. We do already have bylaws that address certain aspects of protests, such as the one I mentioned earlier that prohibits people from obstructing the traffic on a sidewalk. And Mr. Grant has referred to noise bylaw, for example.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Speakers, Mayor Chow.
There's a motion that I have that amends recommendation 3. That is from the city staff. Let me talk to it a bit. I started my political career in a demonstration. It was a rally to say that Canada can accept more refugees from Southeast Asia. Throughout my political career, I've been every December 3rd on the International Women's Day. I've been in a rally or demonstration of some kind, talking about whether it's Take Back the Night, or talking about women's rights, or childcare, any number of issues. During the war in Iraq, whether Canada should invade, that's where I first met Councillor Matlow. Went to 7 demonstrations, non-stop, for I think about a year to try to persuade the federal government not to join into the invasion into Iraq. One of the ones that I most very vividly remember was carrying a gigantic coat hanger during G20, that big rally, and myself and other women were leading that rally, that one of which resulted in a lot of people, innocent folks, being wrongfully arrested. 1,000. So, yes, 1,000, thank you. I know some of them too. And they just so happened to be there, and some of them were cattled unfairly. So I understand the importance of being able to express publicly our desire to change a law, change a policy, change public opinion, that when we gather together in a demonstration or at a rally, we are trying to make a point, okay? Totally understand that. Speaking about Councillor Matlow, last year I organized a fundraiser because he had a bit of a campaign debt. It was in a Chinese restaurant. Coming out of that restaurant, I witnessed some of my friends, longtime friends, that have put in a lot of work for peace and have brought a lot of materials to ship to Gaza, being yelled at, screamed at about murdering babies and all of that, even though my friend was trying to explain that she was there to support Councillor Matlow, to support democracy. The intensity of what is happening around the world causes a lot of pain, causes a lot of intense emotion. I totally understand that. Watching loved ones being killed, watching famine happening. I understand that because my mom had to eat bark or boil bark in order to survive during the Japanese invasion in Japan. And after her mother died because of dysentery, she had to take her two kids, well, not two kids, her two brothers, and one of them didn't survive because of famine or the war. So I understand what is happening, which is why in November last year, I called for a ceasefire. I also called for a release of all hostages. But somehow, that did not manage to bring people together. Somehow, at my New Year's skating party, people were being yelled at for just skating or for being there. It's not even an event that has anything to do with what is happening in overseas. You see, by all means, demonstrate against the government, of any government that one do not agree with, or any policy. And the issue is never black and white, and it's quite divisive. But if we target people because of their faith or because of their association, that does not work for me. People should be able to feel free to go to a place of worship, to take their kids to school, to be at a recreation or cultural space without having so much fear. When there's conflict overseas, there's turmoil in this city because we have a beautiful city with people coming from all over the world. Our diversity, it is our strength. But it's also times when we have to really see each other and be able to listen and really understand each other and connect with each other and not be as divisive, because it's easy to be overcome by fear and call things this way or that way and be divisive. Let us not do that. I received a letter from BAP, which is a Hindu organization, with a temple in Councillor Crescente's ward. And BAP said that they've been attacked 5 times, this temple, and asked us to protect them and want us to take action. Similarly, the Ontario Sikh and Gurdwara Council have looked at the proposal in front of us and said, yes, please, we need protection. So people are feeling fearful. People want us to take action. In fact, it's not just religion. We had incidents where drag queens had trouble reading stories in libraries to kids. I've witnessed one that was in a public culture institution where there was intense harassment. Was it hate? I don't know. But it was really difficult situation. Okay. And it was hateful. Whether it's hate crime or not, I do not know. But I come to this, since the city's manager action plan asked us to let him propose a bylaw, it may or may not work. I'm willing to see what will be the outcome of this request. I'm not sure it will work, other than make people feel a bit better, but my amendments really narrow the scope. I want it come back to City Council. I want it to be informed by public consultations. Rather than Toronto, I want to say that it's Torontonians that should be kept safe. Let's just be more specific because it's individual. And that when people are being targeted based on their identity, whether it's the faith or gender or what it might be, that is where I draw the line. Okay. Because you can protest, we could agree, we could go out on the street and talk about things that we believe should change. But when we target individuals based on who they are or what they believe in or who they worship, for me, that doesn't work.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Councillor Myers, you have a question to the mayor?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor, for your amendment. Would you consider a friendly amendment that after the word informed by public consultations to add and a constitutional legal expert opinion on the charter right implications?
Absolutely. I wouldn't want to do something that violates people's charter. They won't stand up in court anyway. So I just thought that because the motion, what the city manager said, that City Council directs city manager in consultation with city solicitor and that supports city's commitment to keep Torontonians safe from hate. And it also said that to make sure that and respect charter's jurisprudence. So I thought that would be enough, but absolutely that is a friendly amendment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to.
Councillor Pasternak, questions?
I know we've discussed it a couple of times, but I have a friendly amendment to the staff report, which I guess blends with yours, where I'm asking for an emphasis of the bylaws on protecting vulnerable institutions, such as place to worship, faith-based schools, and cultural institutions. I just want to make sure you're on side with that.
Absolutely. People should have a right to worship wherever they might be, whichever faith. I've been to some of the locations that have been subjected to graffitis, whether it's a mosque, synagogue, Hindu temple, and it's very hurtful. And it costs a lot of money to put in cameras and any number of places. And some folks have trouble hiring private security guards, and they felt they need to, especially some of the prayers are very early in the morning or late at night. It's very difficult.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, through you. I think we've all heard loud and clear from Torontonians about how important community safety is to them and how vulnerable some Torontonians are feeling right now, particularly Jewish Torontonians have felt when they're going to their schools or their synagogues or their community centers. And those fears are not unfounded, not in this city and not with what's been happening. In March of this year, Chief Demke reported that Toronto has seen a 93% increase in hate crimes since October 7th of 2023. We've had a shocking increase of 56% of anti-Semitic incidents targeting the city's Jewish community. There have also been increases of hate instances against other identifiable groups here in Toronto. That's why I put forward a motion with Councillor Pasternak last May calling for the Attorney General of the province to implement bubble zones around places of worship here in the city of Toronto. That was a step that we could have taken, working with other levels of government to make our streets safer. It was an ask. It was in the spirit of collaboration and demonstrating that we were hearing community. But unfortunately, that motion was defeated by this council. Instead, council has hid behind our city manager. We have used the city manager as a shield rather than stepping up to lead here in Toronto, rather than stepping up to do everything that we can to keep communities safe. We have intentionally moved motions with abstract language that have been very vague, that have not included report back dates. And we go into rooms with community members who are concerned, who are scared, who are fearful. And we tell them we're doing everything that we can. And yet you hear from the city manager tonight, council never directed me to do that. I've not been directed to bring forward bylaws around this because it hasn't happened. And in fact, the closest motion that we had, council came together to vote against it. So he's here tonight, the city manager, and he was very clear. He said, look, if you want me to be able to take more steps, if you want me to take more action on this file the way that you have described in these motions with nice words but no report back dates, with no action, then I need to draft the bylaws. And credit to the city manager for following through and bringing it to this meeting and putting it to council, the people who are elected to lead, and saying, make a decision. Do you want the bylaws or do you not want the bylaws? Colleagues, I'd ask us not to delay or dither on this anymore. Since that motion in May, our residents have faced 7 more months of hate and intimidation. Over the past year in this country, there's been a 670% increase in anti-Semitic incidents. Just last month, the CEO of the TTC reached out to the police and said, look, I need some help with the surge in anti-Semitic graffiti that has been plastered all over our vehicles and in our transit stations. I have to say, I'm pretty disgusted with some of the comments that I heard tonight when we're trying to differentiate between a hate incident or a hate crime, failing to recognize that these things are difficult and take a long time to work through the courts, almost suggesting that, well, that's just a hate incident, man. Grow up. Relax. Just a hate incident. So why is it that some of my colleagues feel it's appropriate to call into questions reports of anti-Semitic harassment, intimidation, and hate, when in other situations, this chamber would find it disgusting to cast doubt and question other victims of the same type of abuse? Tonight, we have an opportunity to join municipalities that have chosen to lead. Municipalities like Vaughan, like Brampton, like Calgary, in protecting social institutions from hateful demonstrations. And I want to commend the city manager for stepping up and putting the question to this council to lead I'm going to be supporting Councillor Pasternak's amendment. I'd like to remind all of us that when it comes to community safety, it's never too late to do the right thing. I hope you'll join me in that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to call the question.
Yeah, because there are some councillors that have, Councillor Pastor, you have a motion, right? So, yeah. Recorded vote, recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Cheng, are you able to vote? Councillor Cheng, we close the vote. How do you vote, please? The motion to end debate does not carry. The vote is 6-16.
Okay. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Thank you. I want to remind everybody that the war in the Middle East was started by Hamas and is not started by, controlled by, or can be stopped by the Jews of Toronto. But it has been used as an excuse for the non-stop harassment of the Jewish community for already 14 months. The hate crimes that have been reported in Toronto grossly, disproportionately are directed against Jews. Jews are a very small minority of the Toronto population, but more than a third of the reported hate crimes. And in addition, there's been a vast range of harassment of every kind. So let me tell you a story. I have 2 grandsons who attend preschool or school in my ward, and in an area that was repeatedly targeted by protesters to scream protests about the government of Israel, which, remember, nobody in Toronto controls, nobody here started the war, but using that as an excuse, my 3-year-old grandson was afraid to go to school. The 9-year-old had to be snuck out by police escort out the back door. The teachers were terrified. The kids still have nightmares. How are we expected to explain to them that, yes, Jews are safe in Toronto? Whenever they go to school, there's a swastika on their way to school, painted, scratched. What does the swastika mean? The Nazi swastika means death to the Jews. And every week, if not every day, those swastikas appear over and over and over again around Jewish institutions. Near my synagogue, near the daycare. There is no justification for this. This public acceptance that it's okay to harass Jews because of a foreign war that Hamas started is completely contrary to Toronto values and should have been denounced by this council and never has been. I am asking you to support the motion. Is it enough? No, it's not enough. But we have not done anything effective to deal with the harassment of the Jewish community. The police have done an enormous amount at great public expense, and they have been successful in protecting lives. No lives have been lost in this city as a result of these protests, and for that, I deeply thank them. But there is an enormous difference from not being killed, and there's also an enormous difference to not being able to mount to the very high level of proving a hate crime and having an acceptable level of treatment and protection for a historically marginalized, discriminated minority in Toronto who are being harassed month after month after month after month. And we should have rules that there are some spaces that are not open for little kids to be screamed at because of the actions of a foreign government. 99.99% of the city, I'm sure, will still be available for those kind of screaming, but it shouldn't be in the immediate vicinity of a school, a daycare, a synagogue, a Jewish institution, a Jewish-owned business. Singling out the people of this city because they're Jewish should not be permitted. We have not done our job. We have not done enough. This gives us a chance to do something, and it's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. It's a friendly amendment to what the mayor has moved. It's a sentence embedded in the item 3, where it puts an emphasis on protecting vulnerable institutions such as places of worship, faith-based schools, and cultural institutions, because that is the main goal of these bubble zones. These bubble zones do not stop anyone from protesting. They do not stop free speech. They do not violate the charter. They are areas where you have to move protesters back so that there's a balance of charter rights. So people who want to enter a faith-based daycare, a place of worship, or a cultural institution like the Aga Khan or the Holocaust Museum are not blocked by protesters. It is not taking anything away from the right to protest, a peaceful assembly. But going back, I just want to thank the city manager for this report. I've been frustrated over the long term, and I appreciate the fact that he has brought this report for clarity, moral clarity. And the city is on a perilous journey. And I can tell you, and I speak whether Jewish or not, do not recognize what is happening within our city. There was a point in time where to see a swastika, a Hitler salute, calling for the genocide of Jews, mass protesters yelling for a boycott of Jewish businesses, the firebombing of a Jewish-owned grocery store, the shooting up of a Jewish girls' school on 2 occasions, attempts to storm places of worship, multiple vandalizing of synagogues. You'd have to look back at the old footage of Nazi Germany in the 1930s. I'm sad to say that these images and occurrences are now in modern-day Toronto. So let me be clear. Over the past 14 months, there's been a failure by all levels of government to grapple with this problem. Policy incrementalism has not worked. This will blow over has not worked. Strategic ambivalence has not worked. Managing the protests have cost the city upwards of $20 million in police costs. Reports of hate crimes have doubled, and the hate in our city and the violence that has followed has made major American and international news outlets shaking our reputation as a city that everyone has historically boasted about. With resources being poured into civil unrest, 911 response times have doubled. So I say to all Torontonians, you are paying a heavy price for this mayhem. Your tax dollars are going to managing these mobs. If you're being robbed, assaulted, feeling threatened, you have to wait and wait and wait for police response. We have heard from the protesters who insist that they have freedom and constitutional rights to protest. Well, let me tell you something. I know peaceful assembly when I see it, and I know hate when I see it, and these hate rallies are not charter protected. At the same time, the other levels of government have to play their role. Where was the OPP when there was protesters on overpasses on the 401? True, it's a gray area policy where it's a municipal roadway, but backstopping the Toronto Police Services would have been crucial. Where was the RCMP when they were the lead security for the state visit of the Prime Minister of Italy, where rude protesters blocked a building so that we could not have our charter rights inside? Hundreds of people inside a building, the Prime Minister of Canada, the Prime Minister of Italy, blocked by people who are chanting for their rights. The Jewish community wants what every other peace-loving, freedom-loving Canadian wants: to go about our daily lives in peace and security without the threat of intimidation, harassment, and incitement and hate, to pray in our faith, to attend schools of our choice, and to have institutions that we cherish and enjoy. People come to Toronto from all over the world to escape conflict zones, harassment, hate, and persecution. There are over 100 wars in the world right now. If they were to play out on the streets of Toronto, the city would be in flames. We must do everything we can to keep our city safe for everyone. Conflict zones cannot and should not play out on our streets. The tragic story of world geopolitical events cannot be ignored, but we must show that those conflicts, thousands of kilometers away, should stay there. In the end, we look forward to these bylaws. This is the minimum we can do to help protect our city, to help protect our minority groups, and to help protect our religious and cultural institutions. And I look forward to the written bylaws when they come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm going to just stay focused on three things: timing, clarity, and action. I hope that the language we have in front of us today is language that is very clear and asking the city manager to bring back a bylaw. The city manager was very clear earlier when we asked him the question that he needs direction from this council. He did not get this direction almost a year ago. We've had several opportunities to provide that direction, and we haven't done it on a very serious issues like we're discussing here tonight. And it seems that after reading these recommendations, we have a very clear directive, and it's supplemented by the Mayor's amendment that again emphasizes the clarity of bringing back a bylaw in the first quarter of 2025. And at that point, Speaker, it would have been just over a year since we started discussing this particular issue. Other cities like Brampton, Vaughan were very quick to respond and established radiuses protecting all places of worship from any form of intimidation. In Vaughan, for example, a motion prohibiting demonstrations within 100 meters of places of worship, schools, daycares received council's full support. And from what I understand, it was done in one meeting. And they have a $100,000 fine for anyone who violates that bylaw. So it begs the question, why is it that neighboring cities were so decisive and very quick to respond, yet we haven't been decisive, we haven't been quick, we've taken our time. Tonight, we have to make that very clear, and we're addressing it in our recommendation, and I ask that my colleagues support these recommendations and the Mayor's amendment that goes with it. Because this has been coming back to Council over and over again, and it's got to stop here tonight, and we've got to move forward and protect Torontonians. Families, children, Torontonians need to feel safe in their places of worship. They need to feel safe when they go to public institutions, whether they're hospitals, daycares, schools, and it's our duty, our responsibility to protect all of us and all Torontonians. Thank you, Speaker, and I hope that this gets approved unanimously and we can move forward.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
There's real anguish in this city today. It's anguish that's spread across a lot of different communities about global conflicts and about other conflicts, social and economic conflicts that are on our soil as well. I can see I'm in the minority from the speakers, but I think that in times of conflict is when we need to uphold the Charter protections of freedom of expression and freedom of assembly. Yes, it is difficult. Yes, it can be challenging. But to undermine them, to explore limiting them, I think is a huge mistake. And I'm very sad that we're doing that here at this level. I think that freedom of expression, freedom of assembly are internationally recognized freedoms. Canada signed covenants. We've committed to this. I think it's any kind of bylaw, any kind of limitation undermines democracy. And these protections are for everyone all the time. Yes, it's difficult when the interpretation that one group has about their freedoms conflicts against the other. We have a Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and we have courts to ensure that people's rights are protected. I think we're going into very dangerous territory in its limitation. Efforts are being made, significant efforts through the municipal licensing side, on the police side, to ensure that hate crimes as defined in the criminal code are prosecuted and that our bylaws are upheld. We have a system that protects us, and it doesn't feel sufficient, and I understand that. Undermining the Canadian constitutional protection to protest is something that undermines our capacity to fully participate in democracy for everybody.
Thank you. Through the Speaker, I'd like to begin by thanking staff for their hard work on this policy framework. I want to say that I am fully in support of this framework and actions set out in the report, including the recommendation to begin developing a bylaw. This approach is inclusive, fair, and it protects all of us, and frankly, I do feel it is long overdue. I understand that there's more work that staff need to do before they come back to us with that bylaw in the new year, which means there is an opportunity to take the concerns raised here and to think about how to incorporate that. The proposed framework and bylaw will help to protect many groups in Toronto, but I want to talk more specifically about the Jewish community, because I think, although some of us have mentioned it tonight, some of the Jews who really feel so terrified don't see themselves necessarily reflected in the language of the legislation that we've put up, or the legislative stuff that we've put up on the screen tonight. This is a community that I am part of, and I certainly have a number of Jewish families in my ward, and I've heard from many of them, and certainly over the past year, I think we've all heard from them. In particular, I represent a Jewish community in Don Valley West that includes the synagogue Kehillat Sharei Torah on Bayview Avenue. Maybe you've heard of it. It's been vandalized many, many times over the last year, and Jewish families are terrified about what they've experienced. In fact, many of them some of them are Holocaust survivors, have told me they never ever thought that they would be in a situation that they're in, and certainly not in Toronto. Not after all these years. At City Hall, we often speak about the beauty of Toronto being our diversity, but increasingly Jewish families in Toronto are being targeted with hate and virulent anti-Semitism, and we as a council, I believe, cannot stand idly by and let this continue. Jewish Torontonians are being intimidated and forcing so many to fear going about their daily life. Workplaces, daycares, schools, and places of worship are being targeted with bomb threats, vandalism, gun violence, and arson. While those incidents continue to occur, we cannot be bystanders. No community in Toronto should have to live in fear. No community in Toronto should be held responsible for the actions of governments in other parts of the world because of their religious affiliation. For many in my community, it doesn't feel like meaningful action has been taken to combat anti-Semitism, not just at the city level, but by all levels of government. And so I believe it is up to us as a council to say enough is enough, and what can we do? Let's be clear, a bylaw does not stand in the way of freedom of speech. It's about protecting the safety of all Torontonians and to ensure that we are all free to attend school, to attend places of worship, and to access the social infrastructure without harassment or danger. In Don Valley West, I'm honored to serve a diverse constituency. In addition to a thriving Jewish community, I also represent a strong Chinese community, a vibrant Taiwanese community, a large Persian community, and the largest Muslim community in Toronto in Thorncliffe Park, and that names only a few. I want every one of those communities to feel safe and included and to live peacefully here in Toronto together. When we all stand up for Torontonians to live in safety and peace, we all benefit. The framework and actions in this report will protect all of us. I am one of those statistics of people who reported hate crimes in the last year. I just want to put that out there. And one of the things that really struck me tonight was the discussion of bylaws as being guidance to Torontonians, almost a set of expectations of what is entailed in a civil society. So to me, the fact that we have to have police standing in front of Mount Sinai Hospital or standing in other places means that we aren't setting those expectations clearly. And so I hope that setting a bylaw and some of these other things that are included in this motion will protect all of us and set expectations of what a civil society represents, while still allowing freedom of speech and the ability to protest in the places that are appropriate for protest. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, I have an amendment.
Screen.
So my amendment adds the words after informed by public consultations and a constitutional legal expert opinion on the charter right implications from the city solicitor. So I too will be supporting this motion. And I will also be supporting the amendments put forward by Councillor Pasternak based on the language that I'm moving today. First, as TTC chair, I've personally seen an alarming number of anti-Semitic incidents. It's vile, it's repeated, it's constant, it's ongoing. We've all been dealing with this at the TTC, and we have taken this very, very seriously. Unfortunately, the hate that we're seeing in our city is not just related to Toronto's Jewish community, although they seem to be on the forefront of it. It's seen in a lot of communities about different issues. And this hate is tearing us apart as a city. This city can't stand when we allow incidents of hate to fester unimpeded. But that all has to be, and we have to take actions to respond to that appropriately. But we do have very, very important rights and freedoms that a lot of people have fought for and that must be protected. I did. It's on the screen.
It's in front of you as well.
It's in front of you as well. Yeah. So I think it's completely reasonable to say that kids going to school should not have to deal with protest. The same with people getting a vaccine at a hospital or someone just attending their house of worship. However, when those buildings are being used for other purposes that are not related to worship, expression of identity, expression of faith, expression of culture, I think it is fair to protest if there is a legitimate protest, right? So long as it's keeping within those charter freedoms. And I think that is some of the information I'd be looking for in the opinion by the city solicitor as to where we draw that line in terms of when we allow protest, when we don't allow protest. I think it's really, really unfair, and I'll just say it's very unfair that a community in Toronto is being held accountable for a war overseas that they did not start and they have no role in. We don't hold communities accountable for what happens in other countries. We didn't do that with the Muslim community when 9/11 happened. We didn't do that with the Chinese community when the COVID virus is happening. So I don't understand why some people feel it's okay to do it to the Jewish community because of what's happening in Israel and Gaza. I don't think anybody cannot be moved at what's happening in Gaza as a horror show. But that doesn't mean that we should hold people in Toronto who are living their lives, who many of them oppose that war, somehow responsible. And for whatever reason, a lot of these people have taken over legitimate, peaceful protest and conflated it with other hateful rhetoric. So for all those reasons, I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
I just want to remind people that the motions that we had here before, some councillors talked about, that said we're defeated, were not motions to enact bylaws. It was a motion to ask the provincial government.
Hold on, I have to, hold on. Councillor Fletcher, your name's not up there. It's not on my, okay, now it's on my screen. Yeah, it wasn't on my screen before. Hold on, Councillor Fletcher has a question to Councillor Myers. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for your motion, Councillor Myers. And can you just give me an idea of what you think this adds to that for a constitutional legal expert opinion on charter rights implications from the city solicitor? But it's not from the city solicitor. It would, the city solicitor would get a constitutional legal expert opinion.
No, it's from the city solicitor. So any bylaw would come along with a standalone legal opinion as to what the constitutional implications are for any recommendations or any options that the city solicitor or city manager would present in their bylaw.
So you're asking for an opinion on the bylaw from a constitutional legal expert that would be presented to us by the city solicitor at that time.
Correct, and that would be, from what I've discussed with the city solicitor, performed by a member of her staff.
That would be performed by, I thought it says a constitutional legal expert.
Yes, she has those on her staff.
I see. Okay. I thought you were looking for an outside legal constitutional expert.
We were talking about that, but we consulted with the city solicitor and they have that expertise in-house. So that would come along with any proposed bylaw.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak, do you have questions?
Yes, just thank you for this. I'm wrestling with this a little bit. We've got our legal department, we're sending them off if this all carries, if this passes to write bylaws. And then we're also asking them to critique their own work. In other words, charterists don't normally like these kinds of things. I'm just wondering how this can work, I guess, I need clarity on how this could possibly work. To make sure that we don't get a large brief criticizing or poking holes at the bylaws that we're asking them to write.
So I imagine that any legal opinion would remain confidential, as all legal opinions do under solicitor-client privilege. And I imagine that city staff will have multiple options in terms of proposed bylaws. The way this is written is that city staff do not have to come back with simply one recommendation. They can come back with a menu of options for us to choose. And I think it would be helpful for us to sort of understand the constitutional implications of each of those options.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
to speak.
Thank you. Just again, as I said before, we never asked for a bylaw before. This is the first time we're making this request. We asked the provincial government to do something, and they did nothing. So all the municipalities are talking about, they filled the void because the provincial government has been sitting on their hands doing nothing. And we've got in the Attorney General of Ontario, Doug Downey, is totally MIA. He should be taking the lead on this stuff. Nobody's ever seen him, heard him. He's no Roy McMurtry, that's for sure. I just want to say that, interesting, I just want to refer to a motion I had before council in 2020, where I asked for, here's what I said in my motion to IEC, then it came to council. Given that place of worship are being targeted and attacked by criminal acts of hate, I have moved a motion to request that the Toronto Police Services Board examine a possibility of creating a task force to help prevent and deal with threats to places of worship that may be targeted by criminal attacks. This is in 2020. I asked this council to support that request of mine. I only got 2 other councillors to support me. Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Matlow. The rest of the councillors said, it's not important. I said, but they're attacking my shuls on Bathurst Street. They're breaking in. We need to do something. Councillor Pasternak remembers, I had to beg to get planters from the Public Realm Department of Parks, and we, through the back door, actually put up some planters with the help of some of the rabbis on Bathurst Street. We had to do that because I couldn't get the support of council to take that seriously in 2020. Then, on top of it, I said, let me go to the Police Services Board. Some of the members of the Police Services Board are even here. They heard me that day. And I begged them. I brought a couple of rabbis with me, a couple of local residents. I said, they're attacking our shuls on Bathurst Street. Will the Police Services Board please do something to enforce some kind of surveillance, protection? Can you do anything? Well, the answer I got from the chair of the police board at that time was telling me, please hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. And the police chief at that time, Saunders, he sat there, yeah, come on, let's get this over with. And then they wrote me a letter back, and the Police Services Board said, we are doing more than enough to combat anti-Semitism. There's nothing to worry about. You're exaggerating. This is in 2020. When I pleaded with them to do something, at least take it seriously, I got no support in 2020. And now some of those same people are saying, oh, well, we've got to do something now. Well, we could have started to build incremental supports. I know in this motion, which I like, there are some resources to help offset some of the safety security costs that our shuls and schools have. And that is part of having a protective area around schools and shuls, and of all religions. Because you can see in Brampton, the bylaw they passed was not about attack on Jews, it's because the conflict they're having between the Sikhs and the Hindus. So that's where they moved quickly. So, you know, the thing about the civil rights aspect, public demonstrations, just remember, my ward was the victim of an occupation. They occupied one of my main Jewish neighborhoods. For months, they took over a neighborhood protesting the war in the Middle East. They wouldn't let people go across the street, across the bridge. There was an occupation of a neighborhood because they were Jewish. So it wasn't just a demonstration. Okay? It could happen to any neighborhood, but they chose the Jewish neighborhood, said, we're going there to occupy it. Now, luckily, I got the mayor at the meeting at Temple Sinai, and we brought all the cops in there, and he said, listen, we can't take this anymore.
5 seconds.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I think we're all getting tired. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. Issues like these, moments like these, they're overwhelming. It is hard and almost unimaginable to try to understand the horrors that human beings inflict on each other. The fact that there is a word genocide and that there have been genocides. Just to hold in your mind what that is a struggle. I don't think I can do it. I'm trying to learn better to understand it. And in that moment of confusion and anger and frustration and fear and heartbrokenness, it is so easy to want to do something right now to make the world better. Right now, we have to stop hate. That impulse is so strong. But there's a danger in succumbing to that impulse. You forget the struggles that people have been undertaking for generations to try to overcome the worst aspects of human nature. When we talk about constitutional protections, we have to remember why they exist. A democracy without constitutional protections is the rule of the majority without protections of the vulnerable, minority groups, and people excluded. Unconstrained. Whatever the majority wants, we do. And the consequences of what the majority wants can be horror. That's why we write constitutions. That's why we have charters of rights and freedoms. That's why we have human rights codes. Anything that erodes those important protections and tools is a step backward in the struggle, the endless human struggle, it seems at times, to make a fairer, safer, more inclusive, and freer world. Restricting people's ability to protest and speak is a step backward in the journey towards a hate-free world. And let's be clear, when the state, whether it's the federal government, the provincial government, or us here operating at the City of Toronto, pass laws that restrict people's rights, the people who are hurt by those decisions are the people with less power in our society. People with power in our society will always be safe. The governments will always protect them. They will always have a way to make their voices heard. They will always have a way to hire security and protect themselves. The people who lose when the state takes away rights are the vulnerable in our society, are the marginalized in our society, are the victims of hate in our society. I don't know what to say to the mayor. I don't know what to say to Councillor Sachs, who made that incredibly moving and touching speech. I don't know what to say to Councillor Pasternak, except if we take away guaranteed rights, even by a bit, we make the most vulnerable in our society more vulnerable. So I cannot support any form of a bylaw that restricts people's right to speak their minds in a democracy, that restricts people's right to protest in a democracy. You may not think that their form of protest is right, but it is not up to us in this room now to decide how other people speak and protest. It is up to the Constitution that guarantees rights to the most marginal and the most vulnerable to decide. So no, I am sorry. as moving and powerful and difficult as these stories are, I cannot support an effort to develop a bylaw.
Thank you. Okay, last speaker, then we have to go on camera. Councillor Fletcher.
I think that we've heard so many important things here in this debate tonight. From very personal, from very political, to understand how much we care and how much we do not want people to be in the situation where they're feeling like they feel, and where they're afraid, and when they're so worried, and when they feel that anti-Semitism has a terrible toehold in parts of Toronto. They can't worship where they want, where they can't go to school safely. And I support the mayor's changes here. I support Councillor Myers' changes here. But I wish this read, is it report how it is possible to create a bylaw that protects the charter rights and keeps Torontonians safe from hate. That's different than what we have here. We're saying propose a bylaw, and by the way, tell us a number of things. We should be having, before the final step, there should be a step there. What does it look like to create a bylaw that protects charter rights and protects people? Is it possible to do that? That's the question of the hour. And I don't think that's what we're asking. We're saying bring it in. And so I have to listen to my colleagues that I did sign something earlier to protect charter rights because I think they're very important. And I could go on and on about all the things I've done in my life, where I've been and what I've done. But the fact is that a bylaw, while it may feel great, let's make sure that what we're doing is reasonable and attainable. And at this point, I really want to thank the officers that have been here today. I want to thank Toronto Police for their work because they've been very, very careful. We have all learned many things, but the careful precision work to keep Torontonians safe, to keep the Jewish community safe, to keep my mosque safe on the Danforth, the 55 division, deal with crimes there and people that are acting in a hateful way. This is a line that you've walked very well, and nobody has thanked you tonight, and I would like to thank you. And I'd like to thank our MLS for doing their best job in a difficult circumstance. If this was easy, we would have figured this out a long time ago. Long time ago. But I do think that what I've heard here is we're managing. We need to be careful before we add another layer. We're not asking about the other layer. We're simply saying, bring us another layer. And when I hear that there have not been many hate crime charges laid, I don't think it's because Toronto Police don't think there's hate crimes. I know that from speaking with my own division. They're very concerned, but the test is very high. It's not a personal opinion. It's a legal opinion. It's something that an officer has to go to court and defend, or an MLS officer would have to go to court and defend. It's not my personal opinion. It's a very high test, and it's a test of the charter, and it's just a high test. So I think we're almost acting as if it's something quite simple, and it will now create a very different situation in the city of Toronto. I don't necessarily think that it will, and I'm concerned that the proposal here is not to tell us about the test that it has to meet. Tell us about how you would meet that, and you can't meet it with what you have now. Tell us about the implications to the charter. Tell us how that would keep people safer than you're able to do that now. And then what a bylaw would look like. It says, write a bylaw talk to a few people, let legal tell us. It doesn't say if legal says the test is too high for a bylaw, that we wouldn't do it. And therefore, I will support all of the amendments, but I cannot support this direction that's been proposed. And I'm very concerned about the information that we've been given here tonight, and we'll deal with that a different time.
Thank you. All right, let's, oh, I thought Councillor Fletcher was the last speaker. Councillor Matlow.
I have a motion.
Pardon?
I have a motion.
No, we don't have a motion.
You do.
No, but we don't, the staff doesn't have it.
It's being worked on, and
Councillor Matlow, we don't have it.
it's a 3-word motion that's being worked on right now.
Does the staff have his motion?
They do.
Oh, they don't have it made up yet, Councillor Matlow.
Give us 20 seconds.
No, you can't speak if he's got a motion. You have to present your motion first. Okay, I guess we're going to have to hold this item down then.
Madam Speaker, I have a solution. Put on my time and allow it to tick while they're working on it. I'm going to dedicate my time to
No, Councillor Matlow, no. We'll have to hold the item down. We'll have to hold it down until you have the motion. Well, you said you this. How do quick releases? Okay, the motion's on the screen. Councillor Matlow? You going to speak? Oh, you just did? I didn't hear you. Oh, that's it? Okay. Okay, the mayor has a question for you. Okay. Mayor, question.
So your motion, which I support, which say protect charter's rights, that is an amendment to my amendment, I assume.
It is an amendment to the city manager's recommendation.
Okay. The city manager's report, his recommendation has the following words in it, which I have deleted. Say from hate and respect chartered prudence that address impact of demonstrations. Okay, and then I inserted to make sure to protect the individuals based on their identity, which is under the Ontario Human Rights Code. Okay. And then Councillor Pasternak added in place of worship, etc. Right?
Yes.
So let me see if I get this right. So you're asking us, because there's, under the charter, there's the freedom to assemble, freedom to express, okay? And then there's also freedom to for religion. So you're asking to make sure that the charter's rights will all be protected, all of the above. I assume that's what you mean.
Which is something that I believe every member of this council values.
Say that again?
Which is something that I believe every member of this council values.
Absolutely. Both freedom to assemble, freedom to express, freedom to protest, but also freedom to practice their faith.
And be safe.
Yep. Okay, so that's what the intention is, right? Which is totally fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's identical.
Motion number 3 by Councillor Myers. Recorded.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Ainsley, when you're ready. Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, please. Motion 3 carries. The vote is 21-1.
Motion 1 by the mayor. As amended. No.
Motion 1 as amended carries. The vote is 20-2.
Thank you. Our next motion is motion 2 by Councillor Pasternak. Recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Moyes, please. Motion 2 carries. The vote is 20-2.
Okay. And motion by Councillor Matlow. On favor. Recorded.
Councillor Cheng, please. Motion 4 carries. The vote is 18-4.
Okay. Item is amended. Hold on, please, quiet. I'm sorry?
Can I move to reopen? I must have, I don't know, maybe my finger grazed it wrong.
Yeah, okay.
That was just in error.
Okay, all right. Okay, why are you pounding on your chest for?
Thank you.
God. All right, motion to reopen Councillor Matlow's motion. On favor? Carried. Okay, recorded vote. You were pounding on your chest.
The revote on motion 4 carries. The vote is 19-3.
All right. So item is amended. Okay, you want to vote on 3 separately? Okay. So on item 3, we'll vote on it separately.
Just stand by, members.
Recorded vote.
This vote is on
We're
part
just
3.
voting on number 3. Was a separate vote on that one.
The part 3 of the item as amended is adopted 17-5.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher is asking for all of them separate. Okay, item 1, recorded vote. Why didn't we just vote on all of them? No, I'm just saying it would have come the same outcome. That's all I'm saying. Okay, number one. That's why I'm saying if you vote, they could have voted against all of it.
Councillor Bradford, please, and thank you. Part 1 of the item is amended carries. The vote is 21-1.
Okay, number 2. Oh, I think we're all getting tired, eh? Yeah. Okay, reopen. No, Councillor Fletcher, please. Okay, we'll open the item then. We'll open it. On favor. Okay, let's revote.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. The revote on part 1 of the item as amended carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Item number 2.
Part 2 of the item as amended carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, we already voted on 3. Now we go to 4. Well, because the first request came in for number 3, and then there was another request for the rest.
Councillor Cheng, please. Part 4 of the item is amended carries. The vote is 21-1.
Okay, number 5. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Part 5 of the item is amended carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
All right, do we have any quick releases? Any quick releases? Councillor Bravo, quick release?
Yes, I'd like to release PH 17.2 to Councillor Myers. Well,
Okay, so Councillor Bravo is moving that PH 17.2. Pardon? Yeah, she's just holding the holdover, Councillor. So Councillor Myers, what's wrong with everybody? Yes, but we're dealing with it now, Councillor Holiday. No, we're going to deal with this now as a quick item. Yes. 17.2, I asked if there was a quick item, and Councillor Myers is going to move it as a quick item. No, she said she's passing it on to Councillor Myers. I don't know what to do. All right. Okay. What am I going to do? Councillor Bravo, on your other item, CC 24.5, you're going to release that one? Pardon?
that's correct.
So Councillor Bravo is releasing CC 24.5. On favor? Carried. All right, then the only other thing we have to do is go in camera. Councillor Holiday is holding that item down. Okay, we'll go in camera. But Councillor Holiday is holding the item down, so we have to go in camera. Councillor Holiday, you should speak to Councillor Myers on what he wants to do. I think he wants to do the same thing that you want. Yeah.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Councillor Bravo indicated that she was releasing the hold. I indicated that I wanted it. There's nothing in the procedure bylaw about passing the hold from one person to the other.
Okay, that's fine.
So.
Okay. Okay, we have to go on camera. Let's go on camera.
Why are you saying that on the other item? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, Councillor Holiday, speak. We're at the item. We're at the item now.
On PH 17.2?
Yes.
Okay, can
We're at that item now.
May I ask questions of staff?
Yes, you can ask questions of staff. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, do we have staff here on this item?
Is staff ready?
Thank you. So this is PH 17.2. Can staff recap exactly what public consultations occurred up until date?
Yes, sorry. Through the chair, was the question about public consultation in the last week or public consultation?
Public consultation in total.
Sure. So we had a proposals report to the May Planning and Housing Committee. There had been consultation in the period up until then, but I'll speak about what happened since May. We had a proposal report with a draft zoning bylaw amendment at that time. Following that report, we had 4 in-person public consultation meetings, 1 in each district. We also had 2 online citywide public consultation meetings, as well as 2 ward-specific ones in Scarborough, requested by the local councillor.
Can you recap the attendance numbers on each of those?
I do not have the
approximately.
Probably a total between the 4 of 100 people, something like that.
Can you be a little more specific about each of them? Were they 5, 10, 20 people?
For the 4 meetings, probably the one that we had downtown, something like 40 people, and then the other 3, probably a total of 60 altogether.
Okay, and so then there was another round of consultation done specifically for Residents Association, I understand, in the last week.
Yes.
Could you comment on how well that was attended?
Yeah, so we had 2 meetings, one in the afternoon, one in the evening. We did detail that in our, thank you, in our supplemental report. I believe we had, I can check the, excuse me 1 second, we do have that information handy.
It's okay. If you don't have a precise number, could you just give a rough sense?
think it was 30, I think we had 38 representatives from resident associations between the 2 meetings.
Is it fair to say that the feedback from the Residents Association in the latter set of meetings was highly critical?
Yes.
Was some of the feedback that they felt that they didn't fully understand what was put out, nor did they feel there was adequate consultation time?
That was the feedback in terms of the period leading up to the meeting. I think that they did feel that they had a good understanding of the project through the course of the meeting. These
are wide sweeping changes across the city. Is that fair to say? It's not a targeted change. These are dynamic.
They impact, yes, all parts of the city. That's correct.
These introduce commercial activities into residential areas that otherwise don't have them, or certainly wouldn't see commercial activity going on weekends or evenings or Sundays. Is that fair? That's the level of change.
We are creating on the major streets a variety of opportunities for small-scale retail service and office uses. Yes, in area of at a walkable distance for neighbors, and in areas, yes, in those residential zones where they have not been permitted up till now, and then within the interior of the neighborhood, on corner sites and on those adjacent to parks, schools, and existing commercial specifically for a retail store. And yes, that is not currently permitted in the zoning bylaw.
I managed to get a hold of a map that leads to some of the background of the work, and it talks about neighborhood retail changes up until 2019. And on this map, and I know it's a little small to see, but would it be a fair observation that what we're talking about is concentrated mostly inside the old city of Toronto? And if you see dots on the outskirts, those might likely be referring to strip plazas and things. So this is a concentrated issue, even though it's a wide.
This is your last question.
Yeah.
Through the speaker, I think that's correct, and I think that's reflective of the history of development across Toronto, where there's a different historical pattern of retail services within neighborhoods in pre-war parts of the city, and it's been handled differently in post-war parts of the city.
Okay.
I also want to note, because you asked about our consultation, we did have a survey that was responded to by 1,100 people across the city.
Okay, thank you. We don't have any members of council in the council chambers. We don't quorum. Where is everybody?
Madam Speaker,
Quorum
I have
call.
a
Yeah,
point
we
of
need a
personal
quorum.
privilege.
Mayor, there's only 3 of us here. We need quorum call.
Here, Anthony.
Everybody on this side is left. Yeah, we don't have any councillors here. Look, empty seats. And the mayor wants to make an important announcement.
No, just a point of personal privilege.
So
It's
please
very
come
short.
to your seat. Okay, if you can press your buttons that you're here.
Members, there are 19 members in the chamber.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Chow to speak.
Yeah, point of
You have a
personal
point of
privilege.
personal privilege?
Yeah, thank you. While I was out of the chamber sometime in the afternoon, Councillor Fletcher said she would undertake to bring together ombudsman, city manager, city solicitor, deputy city manager of community services, shelter manager, and committee chair Bravo, together with Councillor Thompson, to review the ombudsman report and the city manager's letter. As your mayor, I will undertake to do this. Together with Councillor Bravo and Fletcher. Oh, and plus the chair, Deputy Mayor Morley, which is the chair of the Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions on PH 17.2? Okay, Councillor Myers. Do you have any questions on this item? Okay, Councillor Holiday to speak.
Sure. I'm going to move two motions. The first motion is to refer this back to the chief planner and ask that further consultation be done to the public and to residents associations, and that must involve a professionally put together communications package. The second motion, should that really not pass, is that the item be received for information. Members, this is a profound change to planning in the city. And this changes the dynamic of our neighborhoods in a way that's never been done before. And all you have to do is look at the supplementary report to see the evidence of what the residents associations have stepped up to do in the little window between the Planning and Housing Committee and this council meeting. And there are pages and pages of questions about this because it's technical and it is deep. And they've also lodged their objection. And in the strongest sense, I'm sounding the alarm right now that this is a proposal that is upsetting people all across the city. And I'm starting to hear about it more and more and more as the information gets out. And I really feel if this council wants to maintain the confidence of the electorate of this city, give them a chance to weigh in on this, because it has not gone to the depth that it needs to go. We are talking about the quality of life of people in quiet residential neighborhoods that chose to live in these neighborhoods because they are quiet. They did not choose them because of commercial activity that could happen any day of the week into the evening and onto the weekend. And so, are there opportunities for change? Perhaps. But I would really like the members of the public to have a chance to weigh in and give an opinion on this. But more importantly, take the time to explain it to them. And I believe that it is a vital urgency that this matter be referred and that the public have a chance to have a deeper conversation and to let council and let the staff know what they think about this particular proposal. Yes, there have been some public consultations, but if you look at the numbers, this is a city of 3 million people. and we have, 100, and we have a survey that's gone out, but it needs to be more. And that is because of the gravity and the weight of this particular change. And it's quite possible that it could occur in unintended ways. Madam Speaker, I hope the Council will support this referral to staff, because I think more work it's vital that more work be done and that we don't make a hasty decision on this particular matter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So, we're on the referral. So we have 2 minutes to speak on the referral. Yes, who wants to speak on the referral? Yeah. So Councillor Fletcher, you have a question?
I was asking a question to the mover.
Yes, go ahead.
Just in the referral, you are trying to determine and let people discuss where and when and under what circumstances any commercial activity might be acceptable. So middle of the block or on the corner store, lots of corner stores. Can we add in there, in your deferral, that every corner store becoming a marijuana shop, that might be a concern for the public?
What is it called when we put Speaker, the staff can work through those questions and answers with the public.
Are you aware that many people are concerned that their corner stores that have been long time in the neighborhood are now all cannabis stores? Have you heard about that in your neighborhood?
I hear lots of things, Councillor Fletcher, and that's why these are really important matters that people should have a chance to talk more about.
So you'd be willing to include kind of that consultation on how many cannabis stores there should be in one block, or where it should be?
You'd have to propose that as part of the referral. I guess you have the right to suggest that, but it just says refer the item back.
Refer the item back. So I think I'm pretty clear, and anybody who has anything...
You'll have to attend the consultation and let the staff know.
No, they would have a bigger frame. So part of that frame, and I guess the
I'm
chair...
not framing this, I'm referring
Understand.
it back.
The committee chair may be able to assist me with that, as far as really getting the public's take on 4 or 5 cannabis stores replacing all the corner stores in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so now we have 2 minutes to speak on the referral. Councillor Perruzza.
Speaker, I'm going to support the referral, and I'll tell you why. I am hearing from my residents as well that they don't understand what it is that's being proposed. I am a suburban councillor. I represent communities I suspect much like Councillor Holiday, meandering crescents, courts, cul-de-sacs, and all kinds of other stuff. Sort of these sprawling neighborhoods. We have a very, very wide major arterial grid. Developments that essentially got, mapped out on paper in the 1950s, built in the 60s, with a different kind of concept. That's not to say that Councillor Fletcher can't have her corner store wherever she wants to have her corner store. I get that. Is my worry that every corner store is going to be a cannabis shop or a strip joint or something like that? No, that's not the issue. The issue is that in the suburbs, there is a concern, well-founded concern, that our planning department, while they want to move to a one-size-fits-all model across the City of Toronto, the one-size-fits-all approach doesn't work well in some areas, and they want to better understand it. I'm getting a lot of feedback from folks about that. Sort of the alarm bell has gone up on this. It was in the media recently. People are beginning to tune in. I think that going back, taking a bit of a pause, going back, having a much broader, deeper consultation with many of the suburban neighborhoods across the city,
places in Councillor Ainsley and in Councillor McKelvey's, in Councillor Myers and Councillor Chang's and Bradford, not so much. In Councillor
Your time is up, Councillor.
Councillor Coles.
Councillor Perruzza,
That would
2
be very
minutes
good.
are
It
over.
would be very good to do, and I
Thank
hope
you.
that we take that pause and do.
Thank you very much. Councillor Perks. Go for it.
Thank
2
you.
minutes.
Members, I am going to encourage you to support the referral. My hope had been that we would take a different path. We have had some very productive conversations. Councillor Chang had a great idea about asking the province to give us better controls on how alcohol might be served in these stores and how cannabis stores are regulated. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to vote on that motion because we're not allowed to move both a deferral and a referral on the same item. So, this is suboptimal, but it does give us a chance to tease out the ways we might be able to do this well. And remember, as a council, we endorse generally the idea that we should make the city easier to walk around in and get to services for. That's a principle we've all agreed on. A principle we have also all agreed on is that we should be reducing the use of cars for short trips.
Sorry, I'm holding your time. Speaker, Perruzza, Pasternak, councillors, thank you. We have the chair of the committee speaking. Thank you.
We should be reducing
I'm
the
sorry. You know what? Thank you. Please let the speaker continue. Go ahead.
All of us have said we have to do things to try to reduce the amount of traffic on our roads. Well, a way to do that is to have more services available in your neighborhood. We have got climate goals, and a way to try to achieve those climate goals is to get people to do more walking and cycling trips locally for, I don't know, to get a jug of milk. So there's a lot here that we can make work, and I encourage all of you in the next while the chief planner is undertaking this more robust consultation, to look for ways to get to yes. Thank you.
Right on time. Councillor Bravo. 2 minutes.
It's really unfortunate that we got to the place where we have to support this motion for referral. I can tell you that I've been working for about a week and a half with councillors from every corner of the city to try to get to a place where we could get to yes, addressing so many of the concerns. And this has a real impact. I can tell you that on January 1st, there's a coffee shop in my ward, the Finch, which is going to be in violation of the bylaw. And this is something that moved people all over the city. It's a place where people walk to the corner, buy a coffee and buy some groceries, or whatever it is that they sell, and that won't be allowed to continue. Like let's think about what we're doing here. We're regularizing some activity that's taking place. We're putting some guardrails around it. My motion was about getting to yes, and I think that a lot of us came together, but to try to get there. Unfortunately, it's obvious that we don't have the votes here. And so the only way that we're going to be able to continue to have this conversation in a good way so that we support legitimate local activity that's not harmful, that incentivizes the local economy, that allows people to walk to the store. I mean, there are places in the city where maybe people do want to be able to go to a corner store and buy gum like I did when I was young. That still happens in my ward. But it's in a gray area, and that gray area creates a huge amount of pressure for our communities. So I think that we have to find a way through this so that we can regularize activity that has social purpose, that is local, that animates neighborhoods, where we can, and we can also just bring clarity to residents and small businesses.
Did you need to move an exemption for that location? Please see the speaker when we're finished.
No, I can't.
Thank you.
I can't.
not under this, on a separate motion. Thank you very much. Councillor Speaker Nunziata, hang on, getting to you.
Yes, I'm urging members to support the motion to refer it back. Yes, it's true. We haven't had, and I brought this up at committee and as well, and other councillors expressed their concern. There wasn't enough consultation on it. And, you know, Councillor Bravo, we're not just talking about a coffee shop. We're talking about once this gets past the concern, and residents are concerned about, that you could have in a residential area, you can have a restaurant with a liquor license, a patio, somebody can apply for a cannabis permit. So this is the issue, and that's why you have so many residents association that is angry about it, because they don't feel that they were consulted. So I think sending it back, having proper consultation, and I would like to see, actually ask staff, but when you do the consultation, you do it in partnership with the local councillor, so we can invite all the residents associations, all the BIAs, so we can all consult together, and so they have a better understanding. And I would recommend that you do that, and it would be all in person, meeting with residents. So that's what I would rather have and prefer, and further consultation. So I do support the referral motion.
Thank you so much. Councillor Chernos Lynn. Where are we? Oh, there you are.
Thank you. I just want to say I appreciate the motion to refer back. I would just say that I know there's been some comments about suburban neighborhoods perhaps feeling like this is not for them or that they don't know enough about it. I would say that I don't really represent a suburban neighborhood per se. I represent Don Valley West, which is, I think of as Midtown Toronto, but I feel like this would have come as a shock to most residents. I don't feel it's been well socialized, and I think there's a lot to unpack in this, and I really appreciate the thought going into it that there will be more community consultation, input. If we're going to do something like this, I think it needs to really take a lot of detail and thought and care about how we do it to make sure it's successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Myers, 2 minutes, and then we can vote on the motion.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. I just want to say I also thank Councillor Holladay for putting forward this referral. I think this is the right way to go. I'm sure I will have a lot of constituents who will support this motion. I have neighborhoods in my community, such as Morningside Heights, that don't have any retail options. In one of my neighborhoods, Malvern, there are no restaurants. So there's a lot of opportunity for something like this to be successful. But in order for it to be successful, communities need, my community in particular, needs to feel like it was properly engaged and properly consulted. And I want to thank Speaker Nunziata for her suggestion of doing these consultations in collaboration with the local councillor so that we can make sure that a wide swath of the community is able to be present, is able to ask questions, and is able to feel like they were part of the decision-making as to what happens in their neighborhoods. I agree, not a lot of Torontonians knew this was happening, and if it was just to happen without any sort of consultations, particularly from the residents associations, which are quite active, including in my ward, I think they wouldn't feel that was a fair process. So I support this motion, and I think this is a good outcome so that we can get it right when and if we eventually roll this out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so let's vote on the motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please, and thank you. Mayor Chow, please. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, please. motion to refer the item carries. The vote is 18-1.
Okay, so I guess now we just go in camera. 3 items. Oh, Councillor Myers, you want to tell a poem, I think?
Yes, just on a point of personal privilege, just to speak about one of the confirmatory bills that's happening. So I'm just saying I'm excited to see that there is a road dedication bylaw coming before council today, which allows for the opening of the northern portion of State Crown Boulevard, a significant milestone for my community in my ward of Scarborough North. First, I want to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to the hardworking City of Toronto staff who have dedicated their time and effort to bring this project to completion. So that's Adrian DeBacker, Arun Lamishan, Matthew Kamal Karan, Mary Newton, Laura Daynard, Henry Tang, Salim Khan, Khalid Chowdhury, and Belinda Brenner. Thank you for your commitment to making this road a reality. State Crown Boulevard is an important connection between Select Avenue and Steeles Avenue East, and its opening will create new opportunities for businesses and workers in Scarborough North, and which will include the creation of approximately 325 new jobs. These are good-paying jobs in North Scarborough. By improving accessibility to our local businesses who are already there and the future ones, this will directly support and improve the continued growth and economic vitality of our community. It means more jobs, more customers, and more potential for businesses that are already established there. It also quite literally paves the way for businesses to join our community and contribute to our local economy. The opening of this road is an investment in our future for the businesses in this area and for the businesses in the area. For our residents, it provides connectivity and for more job opportunities and also to support local businesses that are close to home. It took 9 years for this to happen. And we just want to say on behalf of the businesses and the residents, a very, very thank you to the developer and the city staff who worked very, very hard to make today happen. So thank you.
That is exciting.
9 years, it was.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Okay, so we're going to go in camera, so can I get Councillor Holliday to move the motion in camera?
That council recess its public session to meet as committee of the whole in closed session to consider item CC 24.6, 4001 Steeles Avenue West, 5000 Jane Street, and 360 Hallmar Drive, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, request for directions. Reason for confidential information, advice, or communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege and information regarding potential litigation. Item CC 24.12, that is 33 to 51 Walsh Avenue and 2717 to 2745 Weston Road, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, request for directions. Reason for confidential information, advice, or communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege and information regarding potential litigation. And item CC 24.13, that is 417 to 419 Burnhamthorpe Road, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, request for directions. Reason for the confidential information, advice, or communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege and information regarding potential litigation.
Okay, on favor? Carried. So if I can ask everybody that doesn't need to be here to please leave. Okay. So once we clear the doors, then we'll go into the in-camera session.
where somebody comes in with what is perceived to be a complete application. They have a few days, they get to go to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and then, quite frankly, planning is handed over to lawyers, planners, consultants to basically haggle over, haggle over a development that nobody really knows if it's going to happen at the end of the day or what it's going to look like. So, I'm not supporting this. I'm voting against the proposed settlement here for those reasons, and I don't want to belabor this any longer. I know the hour is late, but I do want to speak to the next application a little more extensively. So I would ask for a recorded vote on this one.
Let's just vote on this item first, recorded vote.
I'm not voting.
Councillor Cheng, please. The item is adopted. The vote is 13-2.
Okay, the next item is CC 2412. Go ahead, Councillor Perruzza. What happened?
You tell me.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. So, Speaker, this one here, the comments I just made with respect to the other one, just, you take that and you basically multiply it by like 100 here. This is a site on the corner of Walsh Road, which is kind of like an extension of Wilson Avenue, Weston Road, and the 401. Just kind of like nestled around a clover leaf. And on one side of it, Weston Road goes through an overpass where cars can kind of like, and trucks can come in at, 70, 80 kilometers an hour, right through, right? Because it's like, Weston Road is like so, right? Cloverleaf Highway, Cloverleaf onto the highway, overpass, cars. The site is strategically placed right under the flight path, Pearson. Right? Planes every minute and a half, 2 minutes, you got a plane. You can't hear yourself think if you're there. I've been there. You stand there on the sidewalk, every minute and a half you can't hear yourself think. At best, this is a site where what we have in front of us is the epitome of bad planning. I'm not the chief city planner. I get that. I guess, good or bad, I've been around this stuff for a long, long time, and and after you've been at it a long time, you actually get to take a look at and you get to see what's good planning and what's bad planning. At best, this should be an employment land site. It abuts employment lands. It's off the highway. Your trucks, you can get your stuff to the markets nice and quick, right? You're off the overpass into the slip lane onto the highway and onto market. At best, how we got here, I would say it's incremental bad planning. Absolutely. Incrementally bad. At some point, somebody said, oh, you know what, we should put residential on here. And then in comes an application which says, boom, let's really do it. You know, a whole bunch of buildings, a whole bunch of towers, all kinds of stuff, all kinds of issues related to that. And while I don't want to get into the nuances of what, you know, constitutes, from my perspective, bad planning, you know, we used to have a process where stuff was thoughtfully considered. I remember the North York Downtown Plan, right? We actually got to sit down and talk to developers and all of the other interested folks. And you know what? The city hammered out not a bad plan, ring roads and all kinds of other stuff where it was considered. We used to consider density where density could be placed. We used to have nodes and centers and kind of centers and sub-centers and a growth strategy that actually made sense where you did city building in a thoughtful, meaningful way. Now what we've done is the whole process has completely been ripped open. Where, you know, somebody quotes a document from the provincial growth strategy statement, and it's like anything goes anywhere. It was shameful, absolutely shameful that some 15, 16, 17 years ago, we did a development in my ward, and I tried to talk to the chair of the planning committee today, back then, about that. You know what? And he fought it every inch of the way. You know what ended up happening there? 240 trees, mature trees. An entire forest got cut down. Nothing ever got built. That's not good planning.
5 seconds.
That's no way to do good planning. And this, Madam Speaker, is absolutely not good planning.
Okay.
And I'm going to vote against it, and I would urge anybody here who has any mind around decent planning, good planning, bad planning, I say to you, this is bad plus.
Thank you. It's getting very late.
No, my wife wants me to go home.
It's
so
very
we
late.
gotta cut it off here.
So on the item, did you want a recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote.
Mayor Chow, please. Thank you. The item carries. The vote is 14-2.
The last one is 417, 419 Burnhamthorpe. Councillor Holiday, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on this. As you know, we did meet in closed session. I will take advice from the clerks on how public motions need to be placed with respect to this matter. But I can make comments on the settlement offer because that is a public document. I will move the motion, although I can't reveal the motions, although I can, there are two of them, although I cannot reveal their contents.
Well, there it is on the screen. It's on the screen.
Can you stop my time, Madam Speaker, on
Yeah,
a point of order?
it's on the screen, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. There, I can see it. Thank you very much, Speaker. I will offer some comments on the public document. The proposal before the council is for a very compact set of 18 townhouses. Members, you may remember that back in 2021, this council approved 6 townhouses on this site. And there's been a lot of changes since that. I can tell you that I hope that this application is not approved. I think many members of the community also hope that it is not approved. If you can imagine what's proposed before you, it's the removal of 2 small houses on typical lots. They're being removed, and the site is being built over almost every inch of it into a massive, tall set of buildings where you have to go down in order to go back up the stairs, up perhaps even to a rooftop space. There's a lot of people that are worried about things like shadows, things like overlook. I worry about creating conditions where you may be walking along the street, and to access the unit at the back, you have to walk down a long, narrow sidewalk, probably going to be wedged between a fence and the face of the building. And that setback of that thin strip of grass is about 1.8 meters and a 2-meter sidewalk so that you can go down your stairs into the unit so that you can go back up. Of course, Burnham Fort being a very, very busy street, there's lots of concerns about turning in and out of the driveway for those cars that are in that underground garage. And perhaps they'll need turn restrictions. So if you're approaching to come home one day, you realize you have to route around the block to get into the place that you live. Or you need to route around the block once you leave to get your car pointed in the direction that you want to go. Because that's how busy Burnham Thorpe is. It'll just get busier, of course, when all of the garbage cans that are in the collective rooms get rolled out to the street on garbage day to get picked up, because there's no way that you can get a garbage truck into this site. Members, I think there's a lot of people that are disappointed with the proposal. They're disappointed about the spaces that have been offered up, and I think we should be expecting excellence in design. This is not something that the community is going to be pleased with, should it be approved. And so I will say once again, I hope that it is not approved. We'll see how this process turns out. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Real quick, just a reminder, when we had the conversation in camera, I gave a speech in which I encouraged you to vote no on the first item and yes on the second. Thank you.
Let's, we'll vote on motion 1. Recorded vote, right?
Councillor Fletcher, please, and Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Cherneslin, please. Councillor Cherneslin, are you able? Oh, thank you. Speaker, motion 1A does not carry. The vote is 2-15.
Motion 2, recorded vote. Huh? On favor? Carried. Okay. Item is amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Moyes, Councillor Perruzza. The item is amended as adopted. The vote is 15-2.
Councillor Fletcher. I do. Okay, we have one more item left, MM 2442, which is the mayor's item about declaring food insecurity an emergency. Councillor Holyday, you held the item down. So do you have questions?
No, Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I'm going to ask that items 1, 2, and 3 be voted separately than item number 4 and 5.
Okay, so recorded vote.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, it is how late,
Mayor
how tired
Charles,
I am. Speaker, this motion came from the Bread Food Bank, and they're hoping that other municipalities will support this. So just in case you're wondering how it landed here.
Okay. So you want 1, 2, and 3 voted on separately? Okay, on number 1. Oh, 1, 2, 3 separately. So 1, 2, 3 recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. Parts.
Okay.
Parts 1 to 3 carry. The vote is 16 to 1.
Okay, 4 and 5 on favor, carried. All right, that's it. So now may I have a motion regarding absentees? Who's absent? Oh. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, do you want to move that one? Yes, it's on the screen.
Oh, not on my screen. City Council, excuse the absence of Councillor Shelley Carroll from the December 17th and 18th, 2004 City Council meeting.
All those in favor? Carried. Members, before I ask for motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw official plan amendments? Councillor Pasternak, do you want to move that one?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
The committee and council considered submissions in making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
All in favor? Carried. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills? Councillor McKelvey.
Sorry. Oh, here we go. That leave be granted to introduce bills 1280 to, I know I'm blind, 1280 to 1365 and 1367 to 1384.
Okay. Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor? Carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor? Councillor. May I have a motion to confirm, to introduce the confirmatory bills? Councillor Ainsley.
Madam Speaker, the leave be granted to introduce bills. To confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion, the proceedings of City Council, meeting number 24 on December 17th and 18th, 2024.
Shall it be granted to introduce these bills? On favor? Carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? This is the last one for 2024. All in favor? Woo! No? Oh, Friday. We were here Friday. On favor? Carried. Now, members of council, before we adjourn, let's Councillor Cheng, before we adjourn, we'd like to thank staff for being here as long as they have and the hard work that they've done. And I mean, they've had a lot of patience with us today. So, and Merry Christmas to members of council. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you. I'm going to see everybody on Friday. Friday, don't forget Friday.